The person who is tired of explaining themselves, tired of being misunderstood, tired of being accused of things they never did, and tired of smiling through environments that quietly drain their spirits. One of the most painful things in life is feeling trapped. Trapped in a toxic relationship, trapped in a difficult workplace, trapped in a situation where speaking too much creates more problems, but staying silent also hurts. And sometimes the hardest part is you cannot even leave immediately. So you wake up every day carrying emotions nobody else fully sees. There's a story about a bird caught inside a small room. In panic, it kept throwing itself against the window glass again and again, exhausting itself while trying to escape. The more afraid it became, the more violently it fought the room. But the way out was not through the glass. The window beside it had been left open the entire time. The bird simply could not see it because panic had narrowed its vision. And sometimes pain does that to us. When emotions become overwhelming, we begin to believe we are completely powerless. We feel boxed in, forgotten, and we feel like life has cornered us. But not every difficult season is permanent, and not every close feeling means there is no way forward. Sometimes the first thing we need is not revenge, not endless explanations, and not even an immediate escape. Sometimes we first need calmness so we can think clearly again, because toxic environments have a dangerous habit of slowly convincing good people that they are the problem. But I want you to hear this carefully this morning. Being misunderstood does not erase your truth. Being falsely accused does not reduce your worth. And being temporarily stuck does not mean you're permanently defeated. There are seasons where survival is strength. Some people are fighting battles quietly, still showing up every day, still working, still carrying, and still caring for others. That takes courage. And if you cannot leave the situation yet, then protect your peace where you can. Guard your mind, choose your responses carefully, and stop allowing every accusation to become your identity. Not every battle must be fought loudly. Some victories happen through endurance, wisdom, patience, and timing. And so I need you to remember this. A person standing in a storm does not need to pretend the rain feels good. They simply need to remember that storms eventually pass. And so to whomever feels emotionally boxed in this morning, hold on gently. This chapter is not your entire story. One day, you step into a healthier space and realize that surviving this season built a strength inside you that comfort never could. That's our message of motivation for this morning. It will take us into the 6 a.m. news with Christabel Trevor, after which we're back with a bit more for you here on the 3FM Sunrise. Stay with us.
There at 6 a.m. Welcome to the morning news on 3FM 92.7. We're streaming live on all our social media platforms at Facebook, at YouTube, at 3FM 92.7. I am Christabel Success Treve. Coming up this morning, no more entrance examinations for admission into law schools in Ghana as new legal education reform takes immediate effect.
The era where Ghana School of Law had monopoly to provide facilities for legal education for purposes of people becoming, or persons who go through them becoming lawyers, it's over.
Also, PBC asks for percentage share guarantee of funds raised from the bonds market as it navigates financial distress.
There should be this guarantee from COCOBOD together with Ministry of Finance or government to at least guarantee PBC some percentage share of whatever money they intend to raise from the bond market.
Plus, 390 households in Accra cited for illegal water connections, while investigations continue into 20 companies suspected of tapping directly into major transmission lines. That's according to the Ghana Water Limited. Well, we've got details for you. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us here. My name is Christabel Success Treve. The Majority Chief Whip, Roxanne Nelson Dapiamapo, says entrance examinations for admission into law schools in Ghana, as previously known, no longer exists under the country's new legal education reforms. President John Dramani Mahama assented to the legal education reform bill, officially paving the way for major changes in Ghana's legal education system amid years of controversy over access to professional legal training. The new law is expected to decentralize professional legal education, expand access to legal training, and reform the admission and regulatory framework governing the training of lawyers in Ghana. Supporters say the reforms will end long-standing bottlenecks and make legal education more accessible, while critics have raised concerns about maintaining standards and ensuring proper implementation. He spoke to 3FM on Hot Edition. He explained that the changes takes effect immediately and will apply across all accredited law schools in the country.
What this means is that the era where Ghana School of Law had monopoly to provide facilities for legal education for purposes of people becoming, or persons who go through them becoming lawyers, it's over. Because under the new law, the Ghana School of Law itself is a competitor. We have to establish it properly as a creature of statutes, and also made other faculties of law, but now they want to be called law schools, are also competitors in providing professional legal training in this country, in addition to offering academic programs leading to the award of either an LLB or a diploma, whichever the curriculum provides.
Roxanne Nelson Dafiamapo is Majority Chief Whip. Managers of the produce buying company are asking for a bailout in the form of a percentage share of funds raised on the bonds market. Ghana's state-owned cocoa buyer, the produce buying company PBC, is facing severe financial difficulties with debts reportedly exceeding 673 million cedis and possible asset seizure by banks, according to a Reuters report. Reuters indicated that more than 9,000 bags of cocoa delivered by farmers remain unpaid for, while banks are seen to recover about 257 million cedis owed by PBC through a court-approved process that could allow the sale of company assets. Speaking to 3FM, Deputy Managing Director in charge of Finance and Administration of PBC Limited, Thomas A.C. Kuma, said this guarantee will provide assurance of the company when doing business.
It's how to get away from this bank debt, how to offload this debt of $25 million or 247 million Ghana cedis off the books of PBC. When that alone is done, PBC will be in a position to at least win some off-takers onto its side and get some money to operate. Quite apart from that, there should be this guarantee from COCOBOD together with Ministry of Finance or government to at least guarantee PBC some percentage share of whatever money they intend to raise in the coming season from the bond market.
You just heard there the voice of the Deputy Managing Director in charge of Finance and Administration at PBC Limited, Thomas A.C. Kuma. Away from that, 60 fire service personnel have been deployed across the country to serve as fire police officers and provide protection for firefighters during emergency operations. Speaking to the newly deployed personnel, the Chief Fire Officer warned that the attacks on firefighters by sections of the public will now be treated as criminal offenses. Over the years, there have been several reports of members of the public attacking and obstructing firefighters while carrying out their lawful duties. As a result, the Fire Service Police Unit, which was established in 1971, has been revived with 60 personnel undergoing training by the Military Police Unit of the Ghana Armed Forces. Addressing the personnel, Chief Fire Officer Daniela Mausi Into Sapong called on them to uphold the integrity of the service.
This year alone, the Ghana National Fire Service has recorded more than 30 attacks on firefighters during emergency operations. Some of these attacks have resulted in serious and life-threatening injuries. Ladies and gentlemen, this situation cannot continue. From today, any person who attacks, obstructs, or prevents firefighters from carrying out their lawful duties will be arrested and handed over to the Ghana Police Service.
That was Chief Fire Officer Daniela Mausi Into Sapong. Now, Deputy Minister for Interior Ebenezer Oklite acknowledged the challenges facing the service and assured personnel of government's commitment to addressing them.
We recognize that the sustainability of this unit requires ongoing investment in training, resources, and personnel. The collaboration with the Ghana Military Police that has produced the officers we celebrate today must be nurtured and deepened.
Now, the responsibilities of the fire police include providing protection for fighters, arresting individuals who attack fire officers, and handing them over to the police, as well as ensuring internal security within the fire service. 40% of treated water from the Kpong water treatment plant is lost before reaching consumers. Ghana Water Limited says aging transmission infrastructure serving Accra East has suffered multiple ruptures, resulting in extensive loss of treated water and deepening supply challenges across several communities. Here's a report by Stanley Niblo.
For close to 2 years, Ghana Water Limited has struggled to recover investments made into the treatment and distribution of potable water from the Kpong treatment plant. 40% of output from the facility, which supplies communities across Accra East, including Tema, Kpong, Ningo and Pram Pram, fails to reach end users because of deteriorating transmission lines. At the Kpong treatment plant enclave, a 21-inch transmission pipeline conveying treated water to downstream settlement has ruptured, discharging huge volumes of potable water into the environment. For years, residents in Kpong, Pram Pram and adjoining areas have battled irregular water supply, with many households increasingly dependent on private water vendors charging exorbitant prices. Managing Director of Ghana Water Limited, Adam Mutawakilu, together with other officials, visited Kpong to inspect the damaged sections and assess ongoing remedial works.
2024 financial statement did indicate that Ghana Water Company records non-revenue water. That is water we produce, but we can account about 52.2%. And that trigger as a new management to investigate. And we identified two main reasons why we lose so much water. One is stealing, theft, and one is physical leakage.
That was a report by Stanley Nibleo, ending the morning news here on 3FM 92.7. Please log on to our website, 3news.com, for more stories and updates. My name is Christabel Success Treve. Business is up next on Sunrise Show.
Busy on this frequency, 92.7 3FM.
Good morning and welcome to the business news on Sunrise. Coming up this morning, banking consultant warns to 2027-2028 remains a critical test for Ghana despite recent Fitch upgrade.
2027, Ghana had to take a debt of 57 billion, payment of DDEP, principal payment. In addition to the Eurobond 2.7 billion, have we put in structures to be able to pay?
Meanwhile, financial economist urges caution on global market return following Fitch upgrade.
About 600 million Ghana cedis of possible fuel revenue and also tax revenue getting missing. Then it means that possibly we may have to revisit the conversation of having a third eye.
Plus, Ashanti business owners urges government to prioritize public-private partnerships over new debts.
You don't need to go and borrow. There are other Ghanaian investors who are looking for such opportunity. Hold them on, let them invest their capital in such infrastructure. So they build, operate, and transfer.
I am Christabel Success Trevor. Will bring you details of our headlines and other stories shortly. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. Now, banking consultant Dr. Richmond Ituahene has commended government's effort to stabilize the economy, but says 2027 will be a critical test of the progress made so far. His comments follow Fitch Ratings' decision to upgrade Ghana's long-term foreign currency issuer default rating from B- to B, with a positive outlook. According to him, Ghana still faces significant debt servicing obligations from 2027, which could increase the country's vulnerability, particularly given its relatively low tax to GDP ratio.
We've done very well to go against the storm, and actually we haven't finished. We are almost in the middle of the storm. So I would say that we have basically done very good, but we haven't there yet. The journey will start from 2027. On 2027, Ghana had to take a debt of 57 billion payment of DDEP, principal payment. In addition to the Eurobond 2.7 billion, have we put in structures to be able to pay? Or we just clamoring of figures? That is where the journey actually begins. And if you're not able to pay, then you go for restructuring. If you're not able to do, maybe you do a refinancing. So for me, I think this is beginning of the real journey. And we need to begin to look at how are we going to survive 2027 and 2028. Forget about a fixed analysis. It's excellent. There's nothing wrong about it. But the real journey, as I've told you, is 2027, 2028.
That was banking consultant Dr. Richmond Etuahene. Meanwhile, financial economist Dr. Richmond Wachiyadon believes the government must proceed cautiously in any attempt to return to the international capital market, despite the upgrade of Fitch ratings. Speaking on Business Focus, he stressed that priority should instead be placed on addressing major domestic revenue leakages to strengthen the country's fiscal position.
Some few years ago, when we had conversations on revenue assurance and the fact that there are some bodies that are doing things to improve, to watch over, especially in our ports, in terms of revenue collections, to be able to minimize leakages. And there were a whole lot of challenges, that came up at the time. But what we know from those time, from 2020 to somewhere 2024, 2025, was that generally these leakages were less reported, or it was not generally in the media. But now if you are beginning to see 200 million liters resulting to about 600 million Ghana cedis of possible fuel revenue and also tax revenue getting missing, then it means that possibly we may have to revisit the conversation of having a third eye, looking at what NPA platforms, the ERDMs, and the ICOM system that are doing, because these systems are still there, and we are still reporting revenue leakages in our ports and all those areas.
The Executive Secretary of the Ashanti Business Owners Association, Charles Kusi Apiakubi, is calling on government to pivot toward public-private partnerships as the primary vehicle for infrastructure development. Speaking on Business Focus on the country's fiscal trajectory following recent credit rating upgrades, Apiakubi warned that a hurried return to the international capital market could jeopardize the fragile gains that have been made.
We shouldn't borrow for consumption, but we should be going to invest in sectors that can repay some of such investments so that we don't have to borrow, worry the taxpayer. Two, I have always preferred this option of ensuring that we are able to meet our infrastructure development. That is through private-public partnership. And you do the option of BOT. There are a lot of businesses, there are a lot of individuals who have a lot of funds sitting idle. They're looking at where to invest. So if government wants to do express road from Accra to Kumasi, you don't need to go and borrow. There are other Ghanaian investors who are looking for such opportunity. Call them on, let them invest their capital in such infrastructure. So they do build, operate, and transfer. In that way, you don't overburden the country. In that way, you are not also lagging in terms of your debt GDP. That, I think, is the only way we could be looking at as a country.
The Ghana Stock Exchange, GSE, faced a cooling period during the week of May 4 to 8, 2026, as both major indices retreated following weeks of aggressive gains. The GSE Composite Index fell 3.72%, while the Financial Stocks Index dropped 5.96%, dragging total market capitalization down to 268.91 billion cedis. Although trading volumes edged up slightly to 11.76 million shares, total value traded slumped by 23.50%, signaling a shift toward lower-priced transactions. Market analysts anticipate a cautious start to the new week as investors reassess positions in large cap and financial counters through bargain hunting in recently declined stocks could provide some support. We'll now take a look at how the cedi is faring against major trading currencies and how some of key commodities are also faring on the global markets.
3FM 92.7.
On the interbank foreign exchange markets, the dollar is selling at 11 cedis 29 pesewas. It's gained 1 pesewa. The British pound is selling at 15 cedis 41 pesewas. It's gained 4 pesewas. The euro is selling at 13 cedis 30 pesewas. It also gained 2 pesewas. However, be guided that these figures could be higher at the Forex Bureau now. On the global commodities market, Brent crude is trading at $104.29 per barrel. Gold is trading at $4,734.51 per ounce, up by $19.26. Cocoa is trading at $4,709 per ton, up by $527.
That was an update from the Forex and commodities market, and that'll be all for the business news on Sunrise. For more business stories, please check out our website, 3news.com. My name is Christabel. Success Trevor. Sunrise continues with the rest of the team. Stay tuned.
~6. Big thank you to Christabel for helping us with the 6 a.m. news as well as the business news here on the 3FM Sunrise. We've been here since the start of the morning, and now is our turn to continue for you. Myself, Johnnie Hughes, as well as DJ Phil. Let's get into the weather quickly, after which we get into songs of inspiration, kind courtesy DJ Phil. And so if you log on to Twitter, what is now known as X, the Ghana Meteorological Agency's official handle, they say mist and fog patches is expected over the forest, mountainous and a few coastal areas during the early hours of the morning amidst partly cloudy conditions. Now, as the day progresses into the afternoon, sunny weather will dominate across all sectors. However, thunderstorm or rain are anticipated over a few places in the middle sector later in the afternoon. And so if you're in the middle part of the country, perhaps you should be stepping out this morning with an umbrella with the possibility of rain in mind. We'll get into songs of inspiration, after which, when we return, myself, Johnnie Hughes, will begin to get into the newspapers for you here on the 3FM Sunrise. DJ Phil with songs of inspiration for us this morning. to do every day of our lives. That's our word, that's our praise, that's the song that's filled our hearts this morning. And we're glad that we can share that with you this morning here on the 3FM Sunrise as well. 24 to the top of the hour, and we can't get you now into the newspaper review segment here on the 3FM Sunrise.
3FM Sunrise.
Let me say a good morning as well to Johnnie Hughes, who's in studio already.
Charlie, good morning. How are you doing?
Fantastic. The song was first.
It's a good song. It's always a good
Fantastic
song. I mean,
work this morning.
you can't miss a good song, particularly if the lyrics are right, if the syncopation and the arrangements are right, if the melodies and the harmonies are right, if the instrumentation is right.
I mean, for me,
if the solos and everything is
that's the
right,
words,
the bridge, the lyrics. That's what we call it, music. I mean, Charlie, it's
very well written music.
Very well written piece of music. And Charlie, good morning to the pastors of Glorious Jesus, as I like to call them.
You don't like to call them daughters?
No. They're now they are pastors.
Yeah, because they were preaching to us.
Now they wear the clerical color, so they are pastors of Glorious Jesus. That's what I've been calling them for more than 15 years. Yeah. Okay.
Big banner story this morning. I have the Daily Guide and a few other papers. A lot of legal related matters, but the big one says buffer stock case, Deputy AG Iyoko Boss sing different tunes. As a picture of Raymond Archer and Dr. Justice Fremsai. Raymond Archer was on one of the political shows from the weekend. It's the first time I've heard him speak in sincerity, explaining the processes and all of that. Some bits and pieces of it made sense. Some parts I felt made it come off as though he was the only individual who was working at the Yoko, which wasn't the case if you listen to him in the completeness of his submissions. But it does suggest lots of work is happening, but also it raises questions as to the processes and all of that. But I'm sure we can get into that when we get into the story as well. Gift Your Worry goes to Supreme Court over witness list order. That's also on the front page. 3 killed in Konongo crash. It's an accident yesterday at Konongo, and positive
the earlier
news.
numbers we had were 8, but now we know that 3 have been confirmed.
Yes, and we'll go there this morning as well, even during this news review segment, to get an update as to the situation. Positive news: Ghana Publishing Company records 16.9 million cedis profit in 2025. Dana Kwesi Boate, he's been here a number of times, was speaking about what he wants to do and achieve his time at Ghana Publishing, and it's positive to see that he's recorded 16.9 million cedis in his first year. And this one will interest a lot of people. Juju gun protection fails man. The man says that he has the powers to...
The Agbala fell apart.
Absolutely. And he was being ferried to the hospital.
In fact, if I was in my element, I was in my element back in the day, I say Agbala ehani pala.
Nana Kwabnaotri was claiming he is bulletproof without a bulletproof vest.
Agbala ehani pala.
Epala. And he was being carried to the hospital even with the herb still in his mouth. You know, they put few things in his mouth. And so there's a picture here on the
Agbala ehani epala.
On the front page. Ashilela. We'll get details of that. We'll get details of that as well. The Catalyst newspaper, Sami Jemfito upon Krum over BOG lost claims. My brother, you lied. Apologize and let's move on. Pebu rips into dummy is also here. Mahama Cares represent hope for families. That's according to the CEO, and DVLA clarifies legal path for vehicle ownership transfers when sellers cannot be traced. The last one, the Hawk newspaper. the new ones, but they say established in 2016.
Well, but the Hawk has been around for quite some time.
For some time.
Yeah.
In and about the place. Drop out or face Bawumia Roth. Aspirant warned of challenging preferred candidate ahead of 2028 race. Who is Atuforsen really working for? Is a question they are asking on the front page. And there's I don't know, the things that they used to print, it has stained the front page of the newspaper very brightly this
It is overflowing.
The ink is overflowing. Max gang ambushes NPP vice chair after mediation. Hey. Jinapor sets Q3 deadline for stable Kumasi power supply and dance of death. Man kills self in gun stand at funeral. Oh, it looks like it might be the same person who has suffered death in this instance. It's the same person. Nana Kwabnaochi. So the Daily Guide said, yeah, the Gbala failed him.
Yeah.
But he actually failed him and led to his death.
Yeah.
He's the Mrantehini of the I am free traditional area.
Oh, Charlie.
And he was doing a gun stunt and
Killer Asala. Biane Ashilela.
Oh, I thought he was just hospitalized and then he will learn a lesson from it.
This no be Mo Salah. This is Killer Salah. Agbala ehani epela.
Unfortunate.
Ashilela.
Unfortunate. Those are the.
Biane Egbo Eye Wala.
Oh.
I just did a small piece for him.
Small rhyme scheme.
Small rhyme scheme, Charlie. I gave it to him.
I am free.
May he rest in
Nana
peace. Next time when he comes, he'll be wise. He has not been wise. Anyway, the Daily Graphic this morning says legal education procurement reform begins. I comes with a photo of the president, flanked by the deputy chief of staff and the chief of staff, and also some top government officials in the clerk to parliament, Mr. Jatro. WASI SC begins or starts tomorrow with oral English language. And it says London is the capital of Britain. London is the capital of Britain. He shot the ball. He
borrowed my newspaper.
He borrowed my newspaper.
And so we all have memories
have gone through it.
Of doing the oral English.
Yeah, London is the capital of Britain. Hey, Charlie.
And you have to listen and determine which sentence is actually
the punctuations and all of that, Charlie. Those of you day 33 instead of 33. As global fund wanes, Ghana to fully finance vaccines, critical medicines, according to the finance minister, Dr. Kesiel Atuforsen. Heat Goldfields clears workers' arrears at Bogoso Prestia mine. On the back page, it says existing Accra-Kumasi highway is priority as new expressway. Roads minister assures governs Kwame Agboja. Hard-working roads and highways minister with his deputy Alhassan Suhini there in the photograph with some engineers. Agri minister inaugurates 25 solar-powered irrigation facilities in 3 regions. We have heard this thing before. 25 solar-powered irrigation facilities in 3 regions.
Which are the regions?
Palugu is still on my mind, but
you visited there recently as well.
Not in there. It's in fact so the northern region, northern Savannah and Upper West region. Strangely, they took Upper East out of it. Charlie, Kunzo, your people there, them go fill it. Daily Post. New office for value for money will cut contract padding and reduce public spending, according to Dr. Kesiel Atuforsen. Mahama signs legal education reform bill into law, ending Ghana School of Law's 66-year monopoly. President Mahama there holding aloft the signed bill after signing it into law yesterday. The finance minister is also right behind the president. You know that the fiscal responsibility law or value for money law, I should say, was also extended into a full law yesterday. Ghana Medical Trust Fund to roll out nationwide patient support program in June. Comes with a photo of the woman in charge, the administrator, Adjoa Obobia Dakun Opoku. Okay, nothing on the back page. Now, the National Enquirer newspaper says Tema Oil Refinery eyes West African crude for recovery. MD of Tor is pictured here, Edmond Conbat Esquire. Also, Mahama Cares invests 36 million Ghana cedis in specialist training. And Mahama breaks 66-year legal education monopoly, signs reform bill. Julius Deborah Honest Agonya Kwenyako Deba Cocoa Board unveils new cocoa funding model. Dr. Randiabe is CEO of Cocoa Board. And Bank of Ghana pushes Africa's digital finance agenda. That's what we have here on the front page of the National Enquirer. Those are the three papers that I have here, Mawuena.
And I think we can begin to get into the details. The big one
is the law school,
the
legal education. Well, there's a story on the front page of the Daily Graphic. It's captured on the front pages of most of the papers. This is by Kester Aburam Kranchi and Dinah Mensah. It says the President, John Dramani Mahama, has signed the Legal Education Reform Bill 2025 into law, bringing an end to the 66-year monopoly of the Ghana School of Law over professional legal education in the country. He also signed the Value for Money Office Bill into law, a move that government says will fundamentally transform public procurement and rein in the rising cost of public sector contracts. That's what we have there. So, President yesterday signed two different bills, but the big one that has got everybody talking is the legal education bill that has been signed into law. And if I listen to Roxanne Nelson Dafio, he says that, well, it could start anytime soon. In fact, it takes effective immediately. It takes effect. It takes effect immediately because that monopoly has been enjoyed for a very, very long time. Entrance exams. I know that a lot of people who are currently fresh lawyers or people who have gone through the law school or people who are still in the law school would have their own version of their testament to say about
stories upon stories
the entrance exams. You don't know your fate. You are always scared, and sometimes you are looking at the whether the availability of the slots for you, whether there's space enough to accommodate the teeming number of persons who want to come into the law school or want to become lawyers through the Ghana School of Law. Yeah. In fact, now he says that the faculties want to be known as schools of law. Yeah. So they also want to say, so maybe UPSA School of Law. They don't want to be known as the UPSA Faculty of Law. No, UPSA School of Law. So they're taking away the Charlie. The thing has become like rice and oil.
Yeah. We'll get into it a bit more later this morning as well, because we're seeking to speak to a number of persons within faculty as well. But we can, for the purposes of this conversation as well, look at the critical aspect of the bill.
That's right. Now, the key and interesting details from the Legal Education Reform Bill 2025. The first point to note is that a new body called the Council for Legal Education and Training will replace the General Legal Council. A new body called the Council for Legal Education and Training will replace the almighty General Legal Council. Yes, the almighty. They are small thing. They go call you, appear before the General Legal Council. You can't record the
stories. I think I've heard Sosu's story of having to appear before the General Legal Council.
Sosu's recording was what saved him. He could have been disbarred by now. But the almighty General Legal Council will be replaced by the Council for Legal Education and Training in regulating legal education. The second point to note is that the reform will allow accredited universities to run the law practice training course instead of concentrating professional legal training only at the Ghana School of Law.
Right.
Makola. That's what we know.
Even what we know as well in addition is that with time, Makola will become a place for training state attorneys. That's one of the intentions subsequently, so that the facility does not go to waste.
Yeah. Holders of Bachelor of Laws degrees will now apply directly to accredited universities for practical legal training before writing the bar exam. Oh, I see. So you can have your LLB.
Yeah. So for persons like Thomas Adote Papo,
Kosia Meko, all those who are holding
the LLB and
for the fear,
the mental
fear of the entrance exam.
Exactly, that battle which makes you and I've met people who told me that it made them feel like they are not good enough.
Yeah.
Right, having done it
broke down their confidence
4 times. It made them feel like they are not good enough, and sometimes it's not the case. It's a case of they're not being
availability
enough
of space.
You know?
Well, universities are required to introduce disability-friendly legal education systems. I think that at the last call there was a visually impaired individual who was called to the bar. Yeah. Universities must establish a grades review committee. This part. To handle students' complaints over marks and grading fairness. You know, students also have complained about the fact that, Charlie, they know they have written the exam.
An NDA which does not allow you to.
Can you imagine? And how do you even finish writing an exam? You're calling, Charlie, no.
That for a lot of people, that was always one of the many things which stuck out sorely.
But how are law students, how are people being trained as lawyers to be human rights advocates, and their own rights seem not to be? I mean,
I suspect it stems from obeying instructions, to a large extent. But yes, it always stuck out, and we always ask the question: how was it normal that you cannot? Ask to look at your papers.
If you are a student, you ask questions. That's what it is. Students ask questions for the teachers to be able to explain or point them in the direction where they can find the answers that they are seeking. Is that not the case? So now, if you treat the school as if the school is supposed to be a court of competent jurisdiction that has issued orders, and the orders must be followed to the latter, it raises some serious concerns. And people have gone through this without talking about it. And Mawuena, you find out that when people are going through those holy 2 years at the law school, they would never ever speak against the system. They would never ever raise the pertinent questions, not speak against the system as a condemn the system or criticize the system, if we will. But as soon as they are called to the bar, they finish their pupillage, they start practicing properly, they are able to tell you what happened in the school.
I mean, it's because there are examples of persons, I'm a governor.
Right, I'm a governor as well.
I think that was widely discussed, thoroughly discussed as to, it wasn't for want of not passing.
She was a good student. Yes. She had passed the exam, but she was not included. She was outspoken. She was demonstrating against a certain regime.
Was all. And so yes, I mean you're right in every sense of the word when you say persons could not speak up, could not come forth with in terms of opinions as to what they believe could change, can change if they were in school. All you have to do is just go through the pace, and then
just endure.
And then when you are out, you can begin to
run your mouth.
Yes, you can begin your activism.
The duration of the Bachelor of Laws degree remains 3 academic years under the bill. Okay. Now, universities can disqualify students who consistently fail first-year examinations. If you are not, why would I go to do it? Failing first-year examinations, can you imagine?
No, sometimes certain things happen. When you get in, it's tough. I mean, you find out you have to be reading constantly.
But what are you in school to do?
I'm just trying to make the point. And sometimes it coincides with a certain phase of your life where things begin to become a bit difficult.
Right.
And so that could lead to a bit more of trouble. But With the right balancing act, you can find your feet and get your way around it.
I was speaking to somebody who are trained as a lawyer in the U.S. and he said that, look, we seem to be too rigid around here.
That's fair.
We seem to be too rigid around here. You have to cram things into your head and blah, 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 blah.
And
you have to, get some Latin in your head.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah.
And he said he doesn't understand why we do that, because in their jurisdiction, he says you are supposed to know where to find the law. That's all. That's what it is. If you're able to cram it into your head, that's your own bowl of banku. But where to find the law is the most important thing, and the principle that underpins the law. Those are the most important things. I don't know.
And for this, I'll have to agree with one individual I know. He's a lawyer, he's a lecturer as well. John Baptist Ayaja has always made the point that, look, what's the point of this current mode of becoming a lawyer? It's heavy laden with theory and very little to do with practice. And he's always said that. And said he would have preferred if his students didn't take exams.
But he also went through
he actually went through the system.
Almighty
and
punitive
and is a lawyer
or
now.
look-alike punitive thing, Charlie.
And is a lawyer, but
Counsel, we wish you well this morning.
Consistently makes the argument that he doesn't think the approach we've adopted for a very long time makes us the best of lawyers, and actually references the U.S. system that they come out better lawyers in terms of practice than.
Somebody also told me that some people trained at the inns and the temples and all those they had more practical than the theoretical thing. They were going to the courts very often and they were training under people, more like an apprenticeship kind of thing. And then they come here when they are finished enjoying that. They come here and they want to come and put people in the corner, fix people in the corner, Charlie. Now, it says universities can also, the law practice training program will last one academic year from September to June. Persons who fail the bar exam can take the remedial courses and resit the exams. So those are the key highlights that we have. Foreign trained lawyers from countries with reciprocal arrangements with Ghana can qualify for enrollment on the roll of lawyers after satisfying specific conditions. That's the most important thing. The bill revokes major sections of the Old Legal Professions Act 1960, Act 32, effectively dismantling. Charlie, the word.
It's the choice of word. Dismantling the old legal education.
The bill revokes major sections of the Old Legal Profession Act 1960, Act 32, effectively dismantling the old legal education framework. Emphasis on dismantling. Now, here are transitional provisions. 93.1. A person who, before the coming into force of this act, is enrolled at the Ghana School of Law and is undertaking the professional law course shall complete the professional law course under the applicable enactment and curriculum in force at the time of enrollment.
So persons who are...
If you are in now, you can still see your papers. If you ever call for it, mark your... The old order pertains for you.
To be very fair... A number of persons I know who are currently within the system tell us that since the workings for this new legislation began, there's been quite the changes as well. I don't know if it's coincided with the coming of Professor Atuguba. You know, Raymond Atuguba is now
the director of legal education.
Yes, and so for the first time, if what they tell me is accurate. Ahead of the exam, which is the Part 1 exam, their students are writing mocks to sort of prepare them for the Part 1 exams and give them a feel of what it is like.
Well, I don't have a problem with a mock exam, for example. But when I look at a situation like this, you have 2 straight days where you have to go and sit down and assess lectures. Straight day. You start at 8 a.m., I'm told, and you end at 8 p.m. 12, 13 straight hours of sitting at one place. You have just about an hour break.
So that's 8 to
8. You have a 1 hour break, and you can ask them.
So that's
you sit
11 hours.
You are sit at one place, and the chairs are not those cozy. One place. So, for example, there are those who go on Mondays and Tuesdays straight, Wednesdays and Thursdays straight, Friday and Saturday straight, and then the extra days that you have are not left for you. You have to go for some court internship, etc. Charlie, what kind of punishment is that? I find it to be punitive. That 2 straight days of my life, I come and sit down and I'm not going anywhere. Anybody in this world who is an educationist will tell you that after you teach people for some time, some number of hours,
the mind
gets tired, they switch off. So are you preparing them, like we asked yesterday about BC, are you preparing them for the future, or are you just preparing them to pass an exam?
Questions.
We don't need charge and bail lawyers. Lawyer Yachimio, then he appears at Cantonment Police Station, comes to bail you. Those are charge and bail lawyers. So you find that the initial lawyer who comes to bail the person from the police station is not the lawyer who will continue the case. He is just standing in the gap. Charge and bail lawyers. We don't need that. Now, the other thing that we know is that the bill revokes major sections of the Old Legal Professions Act. We've read this already, Kunzo. Pay attention.
Okay. We've seen this.
We've seen this already.
A person, yes.
We've seen this one already as well.
No, I think this one is different.
A person who, before the coming into force of this act, is enrolled in a law program at an institution that does not hold an accreditation license to offer or provide law practice training may apply for admission to undertake law practice training at the Ghana School of Law or any institution that holds a valid accreditation license to offer or provide law practice training. I can tell you that most people will avoid the Ghana School of Law.
Oh.
I can tell you. For I'm on radio, I can't say but most people will avoid it. Charlie, having it in mind that, okay, what if they change their mind midway? Anything at all could happen.
But I think a lot of people may still prefer it because of the traditional sense of this is what has always been the case.
The prestige that comes along with it.
So even for, these days, it is such that you can, when you gain admission to Makola, there are campuses that are scattered because the numbers are, so there are those who are at UPSA all throughout the week. There are those who argue that, you are at UPSA. We are at the Makola proper. There's that Ghanaian way of seeing things,
but you see,
which makes me believe that they will still want to go there.
That's the same thing that we did with GIJ. We attended GIJ. You went to AUCC, now AUCB, or you went to maybe DE or some, maybe now UPSA is been doing all those programs. At the end of the day, don't you get the certificate to work?
Absolutely.
At the end of the day, don't you get the experience?
In fact, the lawyers will tell you when you are called to the bar, nobody asks for what grade you made it out of school.
You can make 89%. I can make 51%.
You are all called
we are all lawyers. On the day when the call is made, we shall all be called.
In fact, you'll be called via alphabetical order, and not because of.
So, if your name is Mr. Zungwaro and I'm Mr. Ado, I'll be called before you. So what's the point? What's the point? So this is a master stroke. Actually, it's a very, very interesting. And I'm sure a lot more people who have been keeping their LLBs in their basket and their
they've kept it in the fridge, cupboards, and all of that.
They will pick it up,
frozen,
dust it, and quickly head to their favorite universities and go and have their law degrees and their professional law course done, and then Charlie, they'll start saying your honor, my lord, my lady, your worship.
May it please His Honorable
May it
Court.
please His Honorable Court. Eric Mawuena Egbeta
becomes the lingua franca going forward.
Eric Mawuena Egbeta representing the accused with me is Philip Bedu.
So that's it, Fred. So this is the last one. For those of you on Facebook and YouTube as well, you've been following us.
It says also a person who has obtained a Bachelor of Laws degree before the coming into force of this act and who has not yet undertaken law practice training may apply for admission to undertake law practice training. Oh, okay. So this is where you mentioned Thomas Adutepapo and the rest there. Yeah, they had attained it, but now they have an opportunity to go and draw their swords and take it out there to the battlefield. We wish them all the best. There are many others that you can name. A lot of people that
lots
you
of
can
other people.
Lot of other people.
Mr. Dare, I know.
Yeah, said them for him, my good friend as well. There are many others.
Lots of other individuals who.
Charlie, sometimes when you think of the stress that it might come with, you just decide that, Charlie, let bygones be bygones.
Yeah.
I also think, look, I've not had a very good look at the law, but I also thinking, Mawuena, that you go to court sometimes, and I remember this as a court reporter. I go to court sometimes, and the prosecutors, not all of them, some of them don't seem to have a hold on the practice itself.
That's
especially the new ones, the police prosecutors.
Which it was a point I was going to make, that's because they are police prosecutors.
Yeah, but then the point is that if we have people who are LLB, who are trained to understand the law, who understand the law actually to a certain extent or to a very large extent, over and above a regular policeman who has not undertaken the LLB, why don't we as a country employ these LLB people as persons who are to help with prosecution? So then it gives them a practical example and exposure to the workings of the court, to how the court goes through. They can tag along a police prosecutor and be providing a pocket lawyer, if you will, kind of thing.
So wait,
you know,
you're suggesting that the students be tag along with the police.
I'm not saying the students. So somebody who has an LLB.
So let's say Thomas Adotepapo.
Right. So you have a law degree. If you give Thomas a piece of legal document, his analysis of that legal document will be totally different from a policeman who has not had any experience with it. The policeman at best will be using his court experience and something that he learned under a superior officer who had been taking him to court to sort of do his apprenticeship, etc. I may be wrong, but I'm saying that why don't we as a country, knowing that people have gone to school to do maybe a 3-year program, a 4-year program, they understand the law to a very large extent, interpretation, procedure, blah, 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 all those things. Why don't we have them rather as being prosecutors, so that the police can tag along, or they can tag along the police, a certain arrangement of a sort. But then you have, a situation where somebody who has not read any bit of law, nothing, but the AG says, okay, I am giving you part of my powers, go there and go and represent me. And sometimes, Charlie,
well, it constitutes some of the charges which we see, particularly in the lower courts.
So somebody's given a charge, and then they go back and then they get.
So some of the charges are like defective.
They said, no, you shouldn't have charged him with this. You should have charged him with this, and they then go back, and then so the individual is sometimes just being remanded and then rearrested and remanded and taking him. Then we dropped all the charges. Then we are filing new charges. Blah blah blah. It's frustrating, and it all also gets in the way of the legal system and the delivery of justice. If you have people who have gone to school for 4 years or 3 years, and they are trained to understand the law, because the basis of going to the Ghana Law School until yesterday, when we had to then spread the tentacles, is that you had to get that LLB, right?
You still need it.
You need it.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that the basis of going to the law school to do the professional law course is that you needed an LLB. Without the LLB, you couldn't have gone in there, right?
Yeah.
Good. Now somebody has the LLB, but is not able to help the legal system. But in future, that person is going to be part of the legal system. We can actually even make it, have a certain arrangement where somebody who has an LLB can go to help the police do some prosecutorial work, and that works to his credit. So you go and help with the prosecutorial work, and you get a certain credit mark, and that could be factored into your marks eventually. Some credit
aids in now the mode of professional course has changed. Otherwise, I would have said it will even aid in
you getting some more practicing
admission into then the law school.
Yeah.
But I think I see reason more of a program of some sort, right, for persons who have the basics of legal education,
That's right.
who can provide practical assistance in terms of understanding the cases, the facts, and helping to table the charges which can be put before the courts, to clean up sometimes what is a challenge at the lower courts, because it's a lower court, and Sixtus is here. You help us appreciate that a bit more. It's a lower court where we tend to have police prosecution.
That's right.
At the
superior courts, you don't have that.
You do not have that. And that is where more often than not there is the difficulty in terms of.
But then you see at the lower courts, that's where you have somebody has stolen plantain, somebody has gone to beat somebody has committed a small traffic offense, somebody owes landlord comes to collect the money, he says I disagree with you, he beats the landlord. All those small things, somebody's a pickpocket, all those small things. But now I'm saying that we have found that in some of those issues, the police prosecution goes, they profess some charges against you, and then they come back later to say, oh, these charges, we have dropped all of them. Then you are released, and then you are rearrested right at the court. Say we are filing fresh charges against you, and for the same offense, really, if you want to.
Yeah.
I'm saying that if you have LLB people who are sitting at home, who have the LLB degree,
there should be an incentive.
Find a way to inject them into the system, so that they can bring that knowledge to bear, and also gain some practical example, a practical experience of a sort in trying to help the legal system. That's all I'm saying. I mean, we don't do too well about that in this country, and I liken it to, if you like, the American or the US system of education. Children go to do holiday work, children go to do volunteerism during vacation, and that helps to give them some credit when they return to school, and that credit is factored into their overall terminal report, if you will, right? In some jurisdictions, it's done. Now, you also have those who, like the BEC students who have finished BEC now, they'll be at home. They don't have any, if their parents cannot take them to back in the day we used to do a computer school and all of if their parents don't have the money to take them to computer school, they will be at home for as long as the SHS period is supposed to start. Either eating, watching Netflix, and sleeping, roaming around, experimenting with things that they are not supposed to be experimenting with, and all of that. Within that lame duck period, as a country, could we, for example, have had a situation where we say, okay, we are mapping them to apprenticeship. So you are a JHS3, what do you call it, leaver. You have maybe 2 months. Come and intern with 3FM 92.7, and that goes to your benefit. You gain some experience, blah blah blah. All of
yeah.
we don't seem to want to do that in the country. So even in secondary schools, our sportsmen and women, right? Officially, they are not. While we were in class trying to learn our maths, English, science, social studies, physics, chemistry, biology, economics, agri, whatever it is, they sometimes will be training, right? The sportsmen, they'll be training. They will be out there either on the beach running or on the field training, blah, blah, blah. They may join the class after maybe 11:30 when we have done maybe 2 or 3 subjects. Officially, we do not engage them with the mind of giving them some credit for what they are doing, because it is also during school hours and it is to the benefit of the school, even though it's their benefit as well, right? But it is some teacher who says, oh, as for this man, he's a sportsman for the school, so the guy comes to write the exam, he gets 40%, pass mark is 50%, teacher says, okay, because of your sportsmanship, I'll give you 10% so that you also pass, so you don't feel and you are not disadvantaged and discouraged. So you find that most of them do not really get the A's and the B's and the whatever it is you're talking about, but they pass the exams anyway. So that is the thinking that I'm injecting into this conversation, that have the LLB people joined in there. What is difficult about it? Same idea that, for example, somebody has gone to do sociology. The person is at home. The person is not working. FD is looking for people to go to market to go and check who is using Sudan dye and the rest. Can we not engage them on a commission basis? If you go and catch Sudan dye 3 people, each person you catch, you have 5% of the money, of the fine. How difficult is that one? How difficult is that one? Create the avenue. Yo.
Six, good morning.
Morning. The argument Johnnie just made is really, actually it's not new. It's been one of the running conversations that comes up and dies down again, especially when you look at the growth of legal education and the practice of the law in the country. In some jurisdictions, if you had an LLB and you were unable to progress into the professional training and subsequently into the practice for a certain period of years, by the time you come back, you would be required to go through the LLB process again. Because the assumption is that you have become rusty. You have forgotten your principles. So you need to go through the training again or the education again to be able to be abreast. And the nature of the law is that it's constantly changing, constantly evolving. So the principles might also be changing, or the principles might even be the same, but the supporting case law would be changing. If you have done legal research before, you would know that if you went to cite a 1917 case to support your principle, and another person cited even a 2000 case to support the same principle, the 2000 person might get audience before you, not necessarily to say that your own is different. But in the course of the development of the law, the evolution of the law, the principles either get amended, changed, discarded completely, or improved upon. And I give you an example. If you look at spousal property in Ghana, spousal property rights in Ghana, it's one area that has evolved from when women had no rights at all.
In fact, even recently, we are getting more and more judgments from the Supreme Court as to
this
how...
This
year.
We have that. The most recent case was this year, I think a month ago, or was it even this month? A month ago, where the position again was improved upon. But when we started off as a people in the development of spousal rights, women who were married had no say, no right whatsoever to property generated in dependency of the marriage. But today that position is not tenable. So if you probably had your LLB in 1917 and you came back in 1985 to continue with the professional training to become a lawyer, something may have changed that you would have lost touch with. Reason why some jurisdictions do not allow, and indeed insist that you don't just go through, but you must, kind of undergo a refresher training. So within same jurisdictions, you also have LLB holders. So holders of first degree in law, let's put it that way, who have the opportunity to go on to become paralegals. So your LLB is not just sitting in your house and you are roaming offices looking for other jobs. So you are in school now, Mawuena. If you finished your LLB and you decided that you don't want to go on to do the professional training immediately, maybe because of financial constraints.
No, that would have been the case in the old system. But with the coming into force of this new law,
it won't happen.
A lot of people will not do that.
Yes, and that's the point I'm actually driving at. So you finished and you decided that you don't have money to proceed immediately. So you want to take your time, do a few things, gather money, and then go on. And in the course of gathering this money, you take too long. In fact, that is my story. I finished my LLB in 2015. My mates at LLB are like 6 years at the bar now, give or take. So between the time I finished the LLB and the time I eventually got called to the bar, a long period. What did I use my LLB knowledge for? Yes, I was in the media space. I've always been in the media space. So at least I utilized mine to some extent. Reporting from the courts, doing legal analysis on radio and on TV, the like. Other people don't have that. So in other jurisdictions, there's the opportunity for people of my stock to go ahead to train, a short training, to become paralegals. And a paralegal would merely just take your what you call the brief, could advise you. At that level, the paralegal will look at the set of facts you have brought, look at the laws and the principles available, and tell you that, well, this matter as it is, we have to find you a lawyer to go to court. There's 60%, 70% chance that a court of law might smile at you favorably. That's a paralegal. Or you want to write a will, then you look for a paralegal, not necessarily a barrister. You look for a paralegal to do the drafting for you. And paralegals are also in the law drafting business. So Parliament, for instance, could have paralegals because the whole of Parliament is a legal institution. We tend to let the politics overshadow the role of Parliament in our legal system. But Parliament actually plays a crucial role in our legal system. So you could have LLB holders there helping with legal research, helping with drafting bills, reviewing clauses of bills, and the like. So there's actually a big opportunity for us to utilize LLB holders in this country, but we don't do that. So that brings into focus the role of the new law. And we would have to take time to go through the law and understand what exactly it permits, it allows, and what it does not. Because the other misconception or premature excitement some people have is that, oh, there's a new law, so it is a smooth sail. Yes, it is a smooth sail. You won't go through the hassle, the high blood pressure of having to wait for entrance exam. You are at the exam hall and they have cancelled the exam and reset. That is what happened to me. We went to write the entrance exam. They said it had leaked. So they cancelled the paper that morning and gave us 2 hours to come back same day to write the entrance exam. Different set of questions. Imagine the mental pressure, the torture that people go through. There are people who are repeating the same exam 3 times, 4 times. they eventually get into the Ghana School of Law for the purposes of clarity. Let's call that one Makola. Finally get into Makola, and they have to repeat exams over and over and over. Yes, you might say that such people born. That is also there. And that's an argument we cannot stretch. But how possible is it that somebody will write or take an exam and the person will fail all the, let's say, 3 or 4 papers? The person writes again and the person passes all the papers in a matter of 3 months or 4 months. How possible it is?
He has learned harder.
Or God has intervened.
And he's a better student.
Or God has intervened.
Or they brought the same papers and so he understood better and wrote.
You see the way you are explaining. you have attempted to proffer 5 different reasons for this. All of those reasons are tenable. For the sake of argument, all those reasons are tenable. But it could also point to a fundamental error with the system. How do you write a professional exam? And more than half of the class fails the professional exam. At least we have other exams to look at.
Yeah.
We have ICA to look at.
Yeah.
We have the doctors, medical people. What was it?
Medical and Dental Council.
Medical and Dental Council.
We have their exams to look at. There's another one. I think the insurance people also have.
Yeah, insurance people also have NIC, National Insurance College.
In the Ghana, in Makola, you will write an exam. Half of the class will fail the exam. You go for remarking. Half that failed will pass. How? Professional exam. Professional exam. It is not an end of term exam. Professional exam means that there is a certain foolproof, standardized system that ensures that grading is not questionable. That ensures that if you were to be graded as failed, 99% chances that you will not pass that same paper if you called for a remark. In our system, it's not like that. You would be declared as failed. You go for a remark, and you have actually overpassed. That
isn't that one of the reasons why the monopoly is going with this new legislation?
Exactly. It's one of the good sides of the reform that I'm trying to highlight. So it points to a certain systemic problem with the Makola system, which the university schools will now have to deal with. That if you are writing a professional exam and you were to be graded as failed, and you were to call for a remark, it should be very difficult for you to pass that. Not because the people are hard-handed, but because you have actually failed.
And not because
of some
failed for some other reason.
Exactly. The system has failed you. An examiner has failed you. All the checks that should be in place, they've all failed you. And in the Makola system, you cannot see your points, your paper. So they will bring you a set of results. You've written 6 papers. They will bring you a set of results that says that legal practice and management, law practice and management, you have failed. Legal accounting, you have failed. Civil procedure, you have failed. Criminal procedure, you have failed. ADR, you have failed. You call for a remark, and the 5 papers that you have failed, you actually pass 4 out of the 5. How do we trust such a system?
Fair point.
So there's a good to the reform that we are about to see. But let no one be deceived that it means that
wholesale
you are going to be shipped through. Once you sit in class and you finish your LLB, then you are going through. The universities...
From Form 3 to Form 4.
Let nobody be deceived. And don't get excited about that. The universities will now also design a certain progress procedure to ensure that they pass you from the LLB straight into the professional training system. Train you to write the National Bar exam. Because the universities will also now begin to think about records.
Reputation and
reputation. That Dong School of Law at the University of Ullo, any student who goes through there, they have 100% score or pass rate, or a 99% pass rate. Out there, in other jurisdictions, that is what universities use to recruit students. When the universities come to you, and yes, out there, universities are actually actively recruiting students. Here, you have to pursue the university, offer the money, and you may still get disappointed.
Right.
So the universities will now begin to be concerned with quality, pass rate, reputation, and so it won't be wholesale just like that.
Right.
So let's not get too excited about it.
Right.
Okay.
I had wanted us to get into a number of some other stories involving
fiscal thing. Oh.
Yes, but I mentioned the Deputy AG and Yoko Boss story about singing different tunes in relation to the Hanan story. That's in the Daily Graphic, as well as Gift Your Worries. As well as Gift Your Worries
heading to the Supreme Court to challenge the.
So she is going to the
list.
Yes, she's going to the Supreme Court to challenge an application seeking interpretation of some matters because she's been asked to provide a list for witnesses, and she says that goes completely against the right of, or the constitutionally guaranteed right of, presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. I think
she's been what, directed to name specifically name some people.
So the High Court had ordered her to file a list of names and addresses of potential witnesses she will be calling when the time arises. And Sixtus, you know the criminal procedure, whether persons can be forced to disclose the witness list and the addresses of the witnesses which they will rely on in their defense. That's a subject matter for debate.
That is actually what they have litigated right from the High Court now
Court of Appeal,
the Supreme Court.
And they're going to the Supreme Court.
The procedure, as we are familiar with, is that Johnnie is the one who has brought me to court. So Johnnie, it is Johnnie's responsibility to say that, to show the court, demonstrate to the court beyond every reasonable doubt. That is in a criminal matter.
Right.
That, look, Dong is a stealer. So Dong has to go to Insawam for 25 years. And Johnnie will bring all his resources at play,
including witnesses,
all his witnesses, all his evidence, just to prove that I have committed
what he said is correct.
Is correct. At that, whilst Johnnie is doing that, my duty is just to appear in court. They will call the case Republic versus Dong, then I'll stand up. Then Johnnie will start calling his witnesses, making his case, and I'm just there listening. I cannot respond. I cannot shout in court. If some witness comes and is telling a bunch of lies, I can't even open my mouth. I have to sit down quietly and let the person flow all the lies that he or she has against me. When Johnnie is done, then Dong's lawyer will get up and say that, Judge Mawuena, all the things that Johnnie has said, he has not met the standard. He has not proved anything. He has actually not brought any evidence that shows that, credible evidence that shows that the offense I'm said to have committed, I have committed. So there's no reason for you, Judge Mawuena, to even say I should come and answer for the offenses that, then you, Mawuena, you go back to your office, sit down and evaluate all the things that Johnnie has said about me against the weight of the law. Then you tell yourself that, well, Johnnie has made some point. There are some questions I have to answer. I said I didn't steal the thing, but I was not in my house, and I was in the vicinity of the theft at that same time that the theft occurred. So why was I there? That is the answer you want a question to ask the judge. So you come back to court and tell us that, well, Johnnie, you have asked some critical questions that Dong has to answer. So Dong, I'll give you the opportunity to answer those questions that have been asked. At that point, I will also then say that, okay, Johnnie has lied. So me too. I'm calling DJ Phil. I'm calling Kunzo. I'm calling Edith. I'm calling Abigail. These people will come and speak on my behalf and prove to you that I wasn't even there. Or yes, I was there, but I was even doing something completely different. So I'm innocent of the charge. That is the time or the point at which I will now tell you that DJ Phil, Kunzo Tiani, Edith, and Abigail are my witnesses. But at the time that Johnnie is making his case, if you jump ahead to tell me that, look, you have to first of all let me know who your witnesses are. I mean, some way. I'm not sure that is what we were taught. I'm still a baby lawyer, but I'm not sure that is what we were taught. And I'm not sure that is what the practice is.
In fact, we've spoken to a private legal practitioner on the subject matter before, and he makes the same arguments that you make. My concern is if legal practitioners say that is not the practice, I am a bit curious as to why this continues to be, because now this is prolonging the case.
It is a prolonging
substantive matter.
Indeed, yeah.
I think at some points the court had ruled that the substantive matter can proceed, and so it will proceed. But I just feel if it is not necessary and the explanation you're providing is anything to go by, then we should be making some progress.
I think that from a layman's point of view, the government, and on whose behalf the Attorney General is in court in that matter at the National Service Secretariat over forged names, ghost names, earning salaries or allowances that they don't deserve, etc.
No, Johnnie, let me make a technical correction there. The AG is not in court on behalf of the government. The AG is in court on your behalf.
On my behalf,
yes.
Well, so on my behalf,
on the behalf of the people.
So yes, so the people, government is of the people, by the people, with the people, through the people. So it's all of us. So of the people. So that's what I'm saying, that the AG and by extension the government. I'm using the government because the government also told us in opposition of Operation Recover or Loot, oral, right? And they told us how they were going to be ruthless with persons who have been corrupt. As of now, Giftawari and whoever has been accused in that national service issue are innocent until proven guilty. That's the principle we know.
Yes.
Now, the government ought to know and be minded and be reminded that the people of the Republic of Ghana, on whose behalf they are working, on whose behalf the Attorney General goes to court every day, has a policeman with him, has state attorneys, has clerks, has whatever it is, goes to court every day on some of these matters. We are not interested in all this back and forth. The ordinary man on the streets, the ordinary Ghanaian, is looking forward to that big answer as to whether or not there were ghost names, how much the ghosts enjoyed, whether the ghosts use Momo or they use bank transfers or they receive the money on tabletop, and what is going to happen to the ghosts if indeed they got the access to the money that they were not supposed to have gotten access to. Thus far, since we were told in that report, the charge sheet that was in the public domain, and the names and then the figures and the numbers of ghosts and their identities and their age differences, blah 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 blah, we have not seen, like somebody would say, we have not seen flesh and blood. And that one is a serious matter that the deputy AG must be paying attention to. You have espoused the principle. We spoke to another lawyer the other time who espoused a similar principle. And I'm not sure that the Deputy Attorney General is not aware of the principle. If he is aware of the principle, why are we going back and forth? Get to the matter. We have had enough of the advert to the main show. We want to see the show. So if the people are guilty, let the law take its course. Let's run the show. Otherwise, you see that public perception about you being a thief, when in fact you may not be a thief, or you being whatever, when in fact you are not, it will fester.
It is like being charged with rape.
Yes. You
in
are,
the minds of the people,
you are a rapist.
You are guilty.
Now you know that press conferences had been held about this matter. The charge sheet had been made public. Things had been said. In fact, even before that, Giftawari and others also had cause to come and speak in the public domain to say that they are innocent and they have not done anything. If there's anything, they would have been charged by now. So now in the public has two views to listen to. We want the conclusion of the matter so that it will answer that conundrum of Operation Recover All Loot, if indeed there had been any loot at all. If there has not been any loot, let us know so we settle our minds. This kwani that we are doing, Hanan arrested, re-arrested, left charges, recharged, Giftawari, this, that, and we are looking. Charlie, we are tired.
You see, the two of you have basically made the same point about...
we are tired.
About results. The point the two of you make is actually about results.
Right.
And generally, like you rightly captured, people will say, we are yet to see blood.
Yeah.
And
flesh.
And we are not happy with the status quo. But let me, as an officer of the court, let me attempt a small... I'm not explaining.
I'm explaining.
I'm trying to inform. It's not to excuse anything. And I've made this point here quite a number of times about our legal process, the slowness of our legal process, the deliberateness of our legal process, the foolproofness of our legal process. There's a principle in criminal law. I've forgotten. Mawuena, you should know this. It is better for one criminal.
It's actually better for a criminal to go free than for an innocent person.
Innocent people to be. It's a serious principle in criminal law that we don't joke with. So the moment you are accused or charged with a crime, the system is activated, and it is the duty of every single stakeholder in that system, including the prosecutor himself or herself, to ensure that all the avenues available to you through which you can prove your innocence are made open to you. That's number one. Number two, the system is also designed in a manner to ensure that if Murtala has been charged with a crime, Murtala is availed all the resources he can amass, all the opportunities at his disposal to be able to prove his innocence. Not proof is, that's a bad expression. Because when you are charged with a crime, it's not your duty to prove your innocence. So it's a very bad expression to say to prove your innocence. But you are availed the opportunity to be heard. To be heard. Again, it's the thing we keep saying, natural justice. You are given the opportunity to be heard. You are given the opportunity to defend yourself. So our Constitution has a whole provision on fair trial, fair hearing, innocence until proven guilty. That is why there are cases that would go to the Supreme Court on appeal, and the Supreme Court will throw out the entire conviction and or sentence based on what people would usually term as a technical problem. So technically, the Supreme Court would not have said that you did not commit the offense. The Supreme Court would have simply said that, well, you didn't give the man the opportunity to be heard on the matter. And so the conviction is quashed. You get it? So even though it's a delay of the process, if Giftoware or Abdul Hanan or Mustafa Hamid, if they want to go all the way to the Supreme Court on any single matter, they are at liberty to do so. And the opportunity is actually availed them. So as people on whose behalf the AG is prosecuting, we need to be able to follow the process. We need to be able to be patient and let the process run its course. In law, actually, in the criminal justice system, actually, procedure matters. Procedure matters. So if there was something that could have changed the course of the trial, and it was not allowed, or it was not given the opportunity to try, then a higher court might say that, look, you did not avail the accused person his right to be heard, the opportunity for him to bring everything he has at his disposal to be able to defend himself. So I can understand that 2 years down the line, we are asking ourselves, almost 2 years down the line, we are asking ourselves, where is the blood you promised us? Yeah. But we have to also, measure that against the system that we have all agreed upon. That slow, snail-paced system that we have all agreed upon should be our system.
Sixtus, again, the snail system that we have agreed upon is not in question. The question is, and as you explained, and as I said, there is another council that explained a similar thing. If we know the process that, look, you have taken X to court, the state has accused so and so of doing wrong against the state, and they are supposed to be the ones hitting them with all the allegations and charges and etc. And for you to finish and close your matter, and then let the person also come and start, his. Why are you now then going ahead to force the person to say, give me an anticipation of, why are we now going on to say, give me an anticipation of the witnesses that you would call?
Which is why the Supreme Court has to step in.
So the deputy AG should have gone on with the case. You claim you have a case. You did a press conference. You came to tell us that so and so has happened. Go ahead and fight the matter in court. Deal with the substantive matter. When it gets to the point where the person has to bring out their witnesses and they are dilly-dallying, then we can sing the same song with you.
I don't know what exactly happened in Giftoware's case, but usually you would also file an application for a stay of proceedings. Yeah. You would tell the High Court that, look, I'm going to the Court of Appeal to pursue this matter. So hold on, because the case I'm going to pursue there, if I win, it will have a bearing
on the fundamental
the direction
case.
of this particular case. Right. So you relax this one, Judge. put this one on ice. Let me go to the Court of Appeal and come back. If I go and fail, I'll come and we'll continue.
So in this case, the trial court held that the trial will proceed even as they go to the Supreme Court.
Right.
Okay.
So it is expected that even as they challenge that, that will go on, that the trial will go on.
Charlie, if you step out onto the streets, the people are just looking for maybe just one prosecution. You know, the same thing that has been chasing the office of the special prosecutor around. That look, we have spent so much on you
and no results,
and we have not seen anything. People are now beginning to raise those same questions about the office of the Attorney General. That look, we are tired of the press conferences. We are tired of the what they call public trial or trial in the court of media trial. We are tired of it. We want to see if the people are really guilty, as you say it is. Recover all loot, and there's some loot that has been taken. Find a way through the courts, through the right processes, to bring them to book. How difficult is that one? If you say you are, if I tell you that I have 20 CDs in my car now, and you challenge me, all I need to do is to exit this studio, go to my car, open it, and bring the 20 CDs and put it here, and tell you that I told you that I have 20 CDs, I brought it here. You also claim you have 10 CDs. Go to your car and go and bring it.
You see the oversimplification. In your case, you can just get up and go to your car.
Right.
In our legal system, before you even exit the studio, you would have to ask for permission from Judge Mawuena.
And I'm saying that it's also a process.
Yes.
Me getting up from this place.
Yes.
Walking to the door.
Car.
Opening the door, using the biometric thing. In fact, I have to go through biometric, what do you call the processes?
Perfect.
Walking all the way.
Perfect.
Taking the key out of my pocket.
Imagine this, the first immediate door. Imagine it jams.
It is. I'm not imagining. I'm not doing hypothetical situation. I've gone to the car.
That is exactly how our legal system is.
So I'm saying that you go ahead with your attempt to get to the car first. Then when you are coming back and there are impediments on your way, we can sing the song with you. But you are not even moving towards the car. You are sitting at the same place and telling us that, there's money in the car. If you like them, you are going to bring the money from the car. The people are not looking for that. The people look, and I'm sure I'm speaking the minds of a lot of ordinary Ghanaians on the streets.
Yes, definitely.
That look, Operation Recover All Loot was a big thing.
It's still a big thing.
It is still a big thing. Names were put out there, properties and that people had acquired illegally, whatever they were all put out there. What we are looking for beyond Mahama Big Push, beyond Mahama Cares, beyond Gold Board, beyond all the goodwill and the good things that the government is doing, MPA, this, that, and we will applaud the government for those things. Beyond all of that,
we want blood.
You promised Operation Recover All Loot. That is what the people are looking for. Ever.
Right. Mutala is here. We can begin conversations and tone down a bit.
Why are you saying that?
Mutala is looking into his phone as if he couldn't be bothered about your long processes.
Yeah, one thing before we
what about?
Where are the buses?
The buses.
Transport Minister, Metro Mass Transit Limited. Please put the buses on the road so the ordinary folk can.
I agree with
enjoy.
You, Charlie. So yesterday, when Veronica Comey was here, she made an appeal, and I want to reiterate that. Just because we started the bus campaign as well, she said that there's a school by the motorway called the Ryan School.
Ryan.
And it's been affected by the construction. The whole place is dusty. The school looks like a madhouse. The children are going.
One of the
it's a top school. And the children are going home with bronchitis and asthma attacks and all of that. So I wrote and
the contractor on the road.
We'll talk to his boss first. Roads and Highways Minister, Governor Kwame Agboja MP for Daklo. I know that you are an action man. Also Deputy Alasan Suini MP for Tamale North. And then all the chief directors, the ministry, the chief director, the ministry, the directors, and then the contractor himself. We want to say good morning to you. On behalf of the children at Ryan International School, we plead.
Do something about
our
that
future
situation.
leaders. Please save their lungs, save their noses, save their hairs, save their shirts, save their bags, save the school building. Make it a safe place for them to learn and be educated. We beg you, in the name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Quick one, Africa Athletics Championship.
Ongoing. But I came to give Sixtus, I don't know
Good
whether
news?
you take good news or bad news.
I want good news.
After, I mean, leading the crusade to sack Otuado.
Yeah.
Oh, you've not been here in a long time.
God has been
Otuado is not a
you-
scout.
Yeah, God
You've
has
not been here in a long time because
Just
the thing is,
yesterday.
Yeah, just yesterday. He's
Just
not our
yesterday.
scout.
FIFA selected Otuado to be part of their technical study.
Technical what?
Study.
Steady.
Yeah.
So they will be providing for the World Cup. So they will be providing insights,
Uh-huh.
trends that will help shape football in the future.
Thank
So
you.
FIFA has seen the good in Otuado.
No, wrong premise. Wrong premise.
you are
So
not
you
to
never
start- you are
you
not
never
to
said
start a
Otuado
debate
was
that
bad.
will get us to extent.
So what Butala is saying is that Obi Mpe.
Obipe.
No.
That is what
I
I'm
see.
telling
No.
you.
That is, that's not what
You
we
see,
were
but
saying.
that has never been
What
the
we are
campaign.
saying is that you see, Mawuena, Google that song. Life in this world is a great struggle. Google it. No, I'm serious. Google it.
The lyrics.
There's a second verse that says that you have your talent.
Yes.
I have my talent.
Yes.
Develop yours. Let me develop mine.
Bam.
The problem arises when painters want to do the work of prime ministers.
Electricians.
It is in the song.
Square pegs.
Otuado, we all know he's a scout.
We all know his
Then we
strengths.
went to bring him as our head coach.
So, Motala, if I get up today and say I'm a coach, you recruit
But
me.
he has the licenses that show that he has going to.
Motala.
He has licenses.
Motala, look,
Yeah.
Motala. In your house, sometimes when you go and call an artisan, you call, let's say, a plumber,
Yeah.
and you tell him to come and fix something for you at home. And then in fixing the thing, you also start complaining to him that, oh, Charlie, this is my bulb. It's like the electricity. Say, oh, don't worry. You ask him, oh, if you know any electricity, say, oh, no, don't worry. If I finish, I'll go fix some for you. You see, say, he go fix the thing finish. Then when you sit the WC top, he go, they shock you. That's what Otuado came to do to us. You were a scout.
But you would agree he
When
did
you
some
go
good
to-
work.
How? No, you see, Motala,
qualifying
I
the
think
team to the world.
I think you are missing the plot.
Okay,
Oh. You are missing the whole advocacy that.
Oh, now have you found a song?
Yeah.
It was just as Johnnie explained. It was just to say that look, the man has his strengths. He is good. He's done some good, but leading the Black Stars is simply, as he himself has demonstrated, not one of his strengths. So let's find somebody who is strong as a coach. We can even still retain the man as a scout for the team. But being head coach there.
Okay.
You see, episode. Episode also has a song. He said he's a very good bad boy. Good. Otuado was a very good bad coach.
That is what I want to take a minute to ask you something. Since your
talent is as good as mine. Strive to develop same.
No, you for play that song.
Since you are in the legal
No. I'm sorry. If I play that song, hold on.
Yeah.
We will go into legal. Play that song for this man. Play that
I'm
song.
not sure the second stanza.
Play that second stanza. Just a portion. Just a portion.
You won't be able to cue it.
Yeah, it's readily available. That's why I'm reading it.
Okay.
No. When you play it, it will come.
So I'm sure he'll play it afterwards. I wanted to ask because aside the African Athletics Championship, which is dominating, I mean, on social media, I play on social media. I've seen this WebKid Stoneboy issue trending. Now, the lawyer for WebKid comes on Twitter X to come and do a whole explanation as to
actually not
with the issue.
Myself, I'm not familiar.
Okay, so Stoneboy has gotten a netizen arrested.
He complained.
Yes,
he filed,
according to
it's a
what
complaint.
we saw the document from the court.
The guy attacked the wife.
Yeah,
cyberbullying.
Cyberbullying. But this is the case. The case is still. They went to court yesterday, but the lawyer comes on X Twitter space to explain the whole process and what is happening and all that. And there are other lawyers who are saying no, you don't do.
They are
that
doing a
when
media
you-"
trial.
Yes.
Whose lawyer? Stoneboy's lawyer?
No, the guy's lawyer, web case lawyer. He says Shatter movement. He's a Shatawale fan, actually.
In fact, even
See
yesterday.
Where the matter go past.
In fact, no, he's a Shatawale fan. So Shatter has even done.
He did videos on
what Stoneboy did that. I mean, fans will be fans. So if somebody says something,
so
against
they should be allowed to fool more.
You don't arrest the person. But what I want to find out, is it right for a lawyer that a case that is currently in court to come out like that?
No. Sub judice.
It's a straight no.
Sub judice.
In our ethics, it's one of the things that is even before we come to that is ethically it is unallowed. You don't go on other platforms in the public domain trying to try your case. That is why in the election petition, for instance, you would find that all the major parties in that case had set up communication teams.
Okay.
Those people may also be lawyers, but their job was purely to communicate the processes of the court. But the lawyer on record, is the one.
They don't come out and talk.
No, you don't. Your voice is only heard in court.
Right. So good understanding, Johnny. Quick one.
Challenge.
I just want. There's possibility.
Mutala always comes.
I am the one.
Mutala always comes with questions.
I am the one.
I think you're on the same. The man come with a lot of questions.
Johnny, now let's look at the other side. Like Shatawale's live video yesterday, that fans will always be fans. There are Beam natives or Stoneboys fans who have also attacked him. If he says he's arresting everybody, then this is not a music industry.
No, but not when before Johnny comes in. Not when, not when it turns into the realms of criminality.
No problem.
If you commit a crime down there, we won't say it is industry.
Should we leave the fans to be fans?
Well, you can
because
be
responsible fans.
You can be a fan, but you should not be so fanatical to be playing the fool. We must not encourage it. You know, many years ago when I was on TV Africa, I have always been against this Beam Nation
Shatter
movement, you know, clashing, and I've always been against it. So when Shatawale and Samini were at each other's throat, I refused to host both of them. The record is there.
Okay.
The great Konsan will tell you, Yao Sechi will tell you. I was the host of a rundown show.
When Yao left?
Yes. Okay. I filled Yao's shoes for about 3 years. And I refused to host any of them because it didn't make... At some point, there was even one guy who came into the midst, Vibrant Fire. He died on the motorway.
Yeah, Vibrant Fire.
I refused to host him too, because he was also trying to fuel the thing. Now, it starts as fanaticism. And you know, those who have visited Jamaica before, maybe if Black Rockstar were here, we would tell
Wale always refers to Jamaica.
And what happens? There are sometimes gunfights and the rest. Is that what we want? Is that our culture? We should not be encouraging stupidity in the name of fanaticism. I would never support that. Support the musical industry. Stream the music. Join the hashtag. Feel free.
So you say Stoneboy was right to cause the arrest of Web?
But if you are...
Because Shatta says a lot of fans have insulted him. And
it is his problem. Me, Shatawale has insulted me. Have I gone to arrest
if they've insulted him?
Even
is it a prosecutable
I
matter?
actually... Yeah, you see, so it is a private matter. Right? I have been insulted by Shatawale. Even... not mentioning him. Because if I say that if you are not a thief, and you go to the market, and they start shouting, "Hey, Ullo, will you run away?"
Sometimes you run.
I have not mentioned your name. And then I said, "Oh, the FBI is in town." He insulted me, insulted my mother, insulted my wife. I did not bother to even respond to him. Yes, I did not even bother to respond to him. Because as far as I know, I had to take the higher road, right? And make do. He is deciding that people can insult him because perhaps he thinks that that's what makes him trend and all of that. That's his problem. Stoneboy, on the other hand, a master's degree holder, says, I will not play the fool like that. Because my wife is also a medical doctor, won about 7 awards in medical school. I cannot allow for some... I don't know. Somebody.
So it's a matter of choices.
Yes. I mean, you're a private citizen. You control your life, like you on social media. There are people who decide that, oh, you can come and attack me on my social media page, I will not mind you, I will not delete the comment, I will not bother. There are people who say, oh, if you come, you insult me, I will respond in equal force and fight you. There's those who say, I don't have the energy to fight you, I'll just delete the comment and block you. So different strokes for different folks. He is deciding that everything is okay with him. He should leave the man to also deal with his family. The man has a family, right? He has a wife, he has children. These children are looking up to him. Somebody somewhere who does not even know where the next meal is coming from decides that he has to come and insult him.
Actually, one of the tweets the guy made was Stoneboy should go for a DNA. He doesn't think his kids belong to him.
So now,
he thinks that he belongs to Black City.
So now,
I don't even think you should be propagating some of the.
You should not be propagating it.
I shouldn't.
Yeah, but the point is that if the man now decides that he wants to take action per his rights within the law, there's nothing wrong. Why are you gagging the man from taking it? If you decide that you are not going to take it, that as far as we know in the public domain, this is the only woman Stoneboy has been with, right?
Yeah.
On the other hand, in Shatawale's case, how many has been there?
About 3.
So what are we talking about? The man, you are deciding to live your life in a certain way. He says, I want to live my life in this direction.
Action. Okay.
I'm not you.
I'm not you.
Don't set the standard.
You don't set my standards.
No, but you see, something we should all know as
you are not me, I am not you.
Especially those on social media. You go and buy your 2 city data and you want to hide behind some pseudonym.
And rubbish.
The Republic is now beginning to take seriously those kinds of things. Cyber offenses are now taking a center stage in our system. If you attack anybody, you must be ready to
you
defend yourself.
We can have debate about free speech and all of that, but I know as well in countries like the UK they are beginning to take social media commentary very seriously as well.
But
in the UK, in fact, I've seen a lot of persons who live in the UK complain that they are criminalizing speech and all of that. It appears government are not taking social media commentary, which can be very vile sometimes.
Because in our own country, we know how baby politicians are hiding behind social media to insult, denigrate, assassinate the character of accomplished men and women in public service. We know all these things.
Just a year ago, Shatta came on Twitter and called Ghana police to arrest Kojo Sheldon.
Right. 3FM 92.7.
Through the route of cyberbullying. Sheldon was talking about him and he didn't want that.
He's talking about bullying.
Yeah, he said we have to make progress now. By the way, but he says that if he insults me and my wife, I will just go into my room and cry. Why should you go and call police for?
But what is the meaning of wife? How did a person become a wife?
That ends the conversation.
No. The lawyer
you are the one who started
Wait.
Because the rules that wait.
The lawyer is here. How does one become a wife? You tell us. Customarily,
there's a whole procedure.
Yeah.
Each system has its own procedure.
It's customary.
If it's customary, the two of you, your decision and your consent. Then there's is it drink? Customary drink, what you appear with. So what you all know as the list. Once you fulfill that customary,
we have to run.
So if you have a girlfriend or a fling or a baby mama, and you decide to label the person as wife, and somebody has gone through the process
if you also have a baby mother and mama,
this is why I bow.
Carried herself. If you have a baby who has carried herself, and you yourself, you have demonstrated to the whole community that this is not just
they become
a baby
a wife.
mama, but also a wife material. That wife will be considered a wife when it gets to other ancestors.
Interbible says, okay.
Yes.
But how do we make a wife?
Sports now.
That's all I asked.
Let's now do some sports here on 3FM Sunrise. My name is Mutala Yakubu. Coming up this morning, the 24th African Senior Athletics Championship began yesterday at the University of Ghana, and we'll be bringing you reports on that. There was Kofi Adams, the Minister for Sports and Recreation, who was at the event, and we had performances from some other musicians as well. Also, we'll be talking about the Ghana Football Association because Carlos Queiroz and his team has started work on the Black Stars. Plus, the Black Princesses have qualified for the Under-20 Women's World Cup. Let's now settle for the details and start off with the Ghana Athletics Championship, which has officially begun at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. The highly anticipated track and field competition, which runs from yesterday it will run from yesterday through to Sunday, was officially declared open by the Minister for Sports and Recreation, Kofi Adams, and there were other top athletics officials also there. My colleague Bill Eshen was at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium and comes through with this report.
24th African Senior Athletics Championship was officially opened. The opening ceremony taking place at the University of Ghana Stadium, where lots of speeches being done, and the musical performance is also being done as well. And I'm going to gauge the mood of some of the people, some of the fans who have actually come here to witness the opening ceremony of the 24th African Senior Athletics Championship. So come with me, let's talk to a few people. I have this gentleman right here. Chairman, what's your name?
Ernest.
Ernest, first of all, how do you feel ahead of this competition? Which athletes are you here to see?
I feel excited because it has been a while I saw this, and I'm glad to experience this by myself. Thank you.
Which athletes are you here to support?
Ghana.
You're just supporting the whole Ghana team?
Yes.
Is there any athletes that comes to your mind?
Ghana. I'm all about Ghana. I'm a Ghana person, so I love Ghana, and we are rooting for Ghana.
All right, indeed, you are rooting for Ghana. Let me speak to this lady over here. Hello, how are you?
I'm fine.
What's your name?
Iris.
Iris. Who are you here to see? Afronita. Interesting. So you are here for the music. But do you think Ghana will win medals?
Yes.
Indeed, we hope that Ghana wins a lot of medals. Of course, in the previous edition in Douala, Cameroon, Ghana won a total of 3 medals, and they will definitely want to improve on that medal tally.
That is my colleague Bill Eshen, who was at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium yesterday, and the championship will continue today. But speaking at the opening ceremony, the Minister for Sports and Recreation, Kofi Adams, said the championship will serve as a major platform for African athletes to showcase their talent on the global stage.
Over the next few days, this track and field will produce moments of speed, endurance, discipline, and brilliance. But beyond the medals and the records we will be witnessing, the championship reminds us of something deeper, that Africa continues to produce some of the finest athletic talent the world has ever seen. From Olympic podiums to World Championship finals, African athletes have consistently carried the hopes of millions and inspired generations beyond sport. Across distant races, sprints, jumps, relays, the continent has shown that talent is never our limitation. And when you look at the numbers, the future becomes even more exciting.
That is the Minister for Sports and Recreation there, Honorable Kofi Adams. Now, meanwhile, team captain of Ghana, Joseph Poamwa, has expressed confidence in his team's ability to secure medals despite the mountain pressure.
It's always nice to compete in front of the home crowd and the home crowd. The last time you all saw what happened, and we really like the support. We are very prepared, train hard, and we want to come out here and make sure we put smiles on Ghanaians' faces again. That's what we love to do, so we just continue. I'll say there's pressure, but we can only use it to motivate ourselves. If you let pressure break you, then you're in trouble. So we go out there and try to use the pressure and everything and try to come out with some medals.
Joseph Boamwa is captain of Team Ghana, and we'll be bringing you a regular update on the championship on all our pages. Just follow 3 Sports on all socials to get updates on what is happening. Away from athletics, let's do some football, where Ghana's technical team headed by Carlos Hughes has stepped up preparation for the 2026 FIFA World Cup with a man-long data-driven program focused on improving the Black Stars' performance levels. Now, according to the Ghana Football Association, the initiative combines scouting, tactical analysis, medical monitoring, and fitness assessment to enhance player readiness ahead of the tournament. Between April 11th and May 11th, the technical team produced 200 videos reports only and monitored 170 matches live, attended 30 matches in person, and tracked 75 players through scouting networks, and direct observed 30 players as part of the comprehensive evaluation. Remember that Ghana would be the World Cup and will be playing teams like Croatia and England together with Panama. So Carlos Queiroz is ready to ensure the Black Stars do well. Meanwhile, former Ghana coach Otto has been appointed to FIFA's Technical Study Group, that is the TGS, for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Addo is part of an 11-member panel assembled to provide advanced technical and technical analysis through the tournament, which will be staged in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. Now, the study group is guided by former Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger, who would be overseeing affairs, and they are due to monitor all 104 matches. Now, after securing a historic 8 consecutive FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup qualification with victory over Uganda, Black Princesses head coach, that is Charles Sampson, says the focus has now shifted to making an impact at the tournament.
They have 2 obligations from the FA. First is to qualify, and the next one is to do well at the World Cup. So now our attention has gone to how to prepare the team and to do well at the World Cup.
That is Charles Sampson. He is the head coach of the Black Princesses, who have secured their 8th qualification to the Under-20 Women's World Cup. Let's finish off with some action in England, where Matthias Tel was the hero and the villain as Tottenham Hotspur drew 1-1 at home against Leeds United on Monday, a result that leaves their Premier League future hanging in the balance. The Frenchman broke the deadlock early in the second half to ease the tension at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, but gave away a penalty which Dominic Calvert-Lewin converted to make it a 1-1. And that's all by way of sports here on 3FM Sunrise. There's more on all our socials at 3 Sports or GH. My name is Mutala Yakubu. The show continues after this.
Let's go to the market. We have to buy everything for you before you go to SHS.
Mommy, please, all that stress, going around the market and carrying heavy things.
Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. Now, if you're a parent of all first-year SHS boarding students, EduPac, the Ghana Education Service, approved and supported national SHS initiative implemented by Prospectus Ghana is now in progress across the country. Parents across the country are already registering so that their children's trunk, their Macintosh Macret, and their pillows and plastic chop box will be ready and waiting for them at their schools before reopening day. So why not? Do not delay and be caught up in that usual last-minute market rush, carrying heavy items under pressure. No. EduPac, your child does not need to travel to school. These 4 essential items. That's why I encourage you to dial *713 *821 hash. That's *713 *821 hash, or visit any ADB branch or go to www.edupacgh.com. Make payment, keep your receipt, and present it on opening day to collect all your child's EduPac items. Your EduPac registration follows you to any SHS you are placed in. Avoid the stress, avoid the rush, prepare with confidence, all at a very affordable price. EduPac approved and supported by the Ghana Education Service. For more information, please call 0500 600 606. That's 0500 600 607 or 0302 0302 955 050. That's 0302 955 050. EduPac, no stress, no wahala. And it's ongoing now, the 24th African Athletics Championships Accra 2026. Yesterday was a big launch. Ghana, are you ready? Well, get ready for Africa's biggest athletic spectacle. The 24th Senior African Athletics Championships coming live to the Accra International City of the Republic of Ghana. It's from the 12th to the 17th of May. The games start today. The University of Ghana Sports Complex, Legon, becomes the battleground where Africa's finest champions go head-to-head in a thrilling track and field competition. To watch the global stars like Beatrice Chebet, Faith Shipeon, Toby, Musan, Colin, Kevin Atipe, Joseph Fambule, Akane Simbene, Muzala Samuel Konga, alongside Ghana's own spirited and sprint stars Benjamin Azamati and Abdul Rashid Saminu. This is speed, this is power, this is pride. This is Africa competing at its highest levels. All for you. The 21st Senior African Athletics Championships. Feel the heat. Champions within Africa. Powered by the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, Confederation of African Athletics, and Ghana Athletics. Be there, feel it live. Witness history and feel the heat.
3FM Sunrise.
Sunrise on 3FM.
And if you're coming to Pram Pram as you prepare for the weekend and beyond, if you're coming to Pram Pram, you belong to First HR Hotel. They focus on 3 things: that's your peace, people, and quality. It's a serene escape with legendary services and world-class comfort just for you. Not just a hotel, they're also your home for tranquility. Why don't you make a phone call now? 050-335-9598. That's 050-335-9598 or 0303-989737. That's 0303-989737. You should also be encouraged to check out what's happening at the First HR Heights, because they don't just provide a room for you. What they do is that they provide a reset. And this reset is categorized in this way, where the guests tell you that all they feel is an immediate sense of peace the moment they walk in. A rare kind of assurance. It just lets their tensions melt away. You know that kind of feeling when you enter a room and you like, Finally. That's the kind of vim you get in there that makes you relax. If you're looking for a sanctuary where the staff genuinely respects your peace and treats you like family, they're the first and only choice that you have. They're located also 25 minutes drive away from town and into town. The Accra Business Center. Please call 025 60 60 665. 025 60 60 665 or 025 60 70 666. 025 60 70 666. Good morning to Mr. Mingle of our engineering department. Okay, Agbinasu. Afunacha. Asani. We'll get into a conversation very shortly. I want you to come along with me on a big conversation because the legal education reform is come up on the front burner. We know that yesterday the President of the Republic, John Dramani Mahama, assented onto the bill. We'll go to the presidency, hear what had to be said relative to the signing of that bill into a full law, a full-blown law that is. We're asking if that is also just granting access or lowering the standards. Talk to a private legal practitioner, a constitutional lawyer. We also talk to another law lecturer. So we have two law lecturers. Let's go to the presidency briefly.
His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana has signed into law the Legal Education Bill 2026. As he himself said, this is a much anticipated reform bill or reform law that is supposed to radically reform legal education to create equality of opportunity for persons aspiring to be lawyers in this country. As a result of the fact that presidential assent has been given to the law, we are now ready for implementation. Immediate implementation will start with the establishment of the Council for Legal Education, which is the body that will oversee legal education in the country. We'll also start the process of accreditation of the law schools that will be running the law practice course for those who have LLBs and desire to write the bar exam. All of that will start this year. We'll be making budgetary provision for the implementation in the 2027 budget to be announced by the finance minister in November this year.
Legal education regulates legal education and ensure the highest standards in terms of legal education, but also to open up the space, for more opportunity for legal education in Ghana. This particular act has been one that many aspiring lawyers have been looking up to. So it's been signed.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise. The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
It's 8:35 here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Johnnie Hughes. You just heard the President of the Republic, John Dramani Mahama, and right before him was the Leonard Attorney General, Dr. Dominic Ayene there, speaking after the signing of the presidential accent to make that bill a full law. Being joined on the phone line now by Bernard Oredu Donko. He's a member of the NPP's Legal Directorate. He's also a teacher of the law. Counsel, good morning. Thank you for your time.
Johnny, good morning. It's been some time.
You have abandoned your brother, but
No,
I
I
won't say
wouldn't
anything.
do that. I wouldn't do that. Brothers for life. Like Shatta would say, for life is for life.
I hear you. Council, good to hear from you. Now, what are your initial thoughts about this legal education reform bill that is now a full law?
Good morning to your viewers and listeners as well. For me, I would do a wait and see approach. I will adopt a wait and see approach because it's quite new to our regime, especially legal education and legal training. So you may not know the exact ramifications until it is implemented. People have expressed several views and all others, but I'm sure all these things may be settled or will come up after its implication when it is being implemented. So for now, if you would ask me, I'll say that yes, I won't fault the learned AG or the person of the bill, but I'd rather adopt a wait and see approach.
I'm sure that you have had a chance to peruse the law, portions of the law, if you
Yes,
will.
I have. I have actually followed it. I've read it. I've been part of it. I've been interested in the processes right from its inception.
There's the general jubilation in the public domain regarding the passage of this law. Does it really answer that conundrum that people have been talking about regarding access at the Ghana School of Law in terms of the numbers that are drafted in year on year?
As a teacher of law, I would say that on the part of the students, they are a bit happy because they think that means more numbers entering. But for practitioners, they are a bit circumspect because they don't know what to expect when we have a lot of lawyers. I mean, how the country is going to deal with influx of lawyers. Because what this will bring is clearly expansion in the numbers. Because once you're able to pass the national bar exams, you are called to the bar. There isn't any screening process in terms of interviews and all those stuff. So it may contribute to influx of lawyers. So for students who want to be lawyers, is a happy day. But for practitioners who are sort of feeling the bite of the increase in numbers. So for instance, if you ask a lot of lawyers, especially those of us in Accra, we sort of don't have spaces for even interns. We don't have spaces for those who want to practice with us. I mean, the Accra is a bit packed. At times you go to court and I can tell you the lawyers are more than the litigants. These days you're on your feet, I mean, doing your advocacy and the colleagues are telling you it's okay, let us also have a bite. So advocacy to some extent is suffering a bit because of the numbers, especially those of us practicing in Accra. In those days, you could go to courts, and when you see senior lawyers on their feet, you could listen to them for 30 minutes, espousing the law and expanding the frontiers of the law. It was great to watch. But these days, especially in Accra, I'm not sure you can get 10 minutes of advocacy on your feet. Because you alone will be taking all the time because there are your colleagues, a number of them, waiting to have their time. So practitioners are a bit circumspect. Students of law are happy. So that is why for me, as a law teacher, I sit on both sides. I practice as well. I teach students who, and to be honest with you, a lot of students have gone through a lot, especially those who have not gone through the interview successfully. Some have been waiting for 2, 3 years, 4 years. They are going through a lot of emotional discomfort. For such people, the expansion would bring some sort of comfort and soothing. But for legal practitioners who have seen how the influx of lawyers is panning out, especially in Accra, I think they'll be a bit circumspect.
Thank you. Let's welcome Counsel Albert Kwashiga as well. He's a private legal practitioner, the constitutional law lecturer with the University of Professional Studies in Accra. Counsel, good morning. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Johnny. How are you?
I'm greater than Accra, sir. Are we by this law granting access or lowering the standards? What sayest thou?
Well, I mean, Johnny, thank you for this. Let me say a good morning to your listeners and if they are viewing, your viewers. I don't think that when you expand access, it necessarily means that you are lowering standards. I mean, you can expand access and still keep the standards very high. So I think the two can go together. So I'm not one of those people who think that the expansion will lead to lowering of standards. So though I agree that when there are more people, it becomes much more difficult to effectively regulate the system. But I mean, the two are possible. They can work together hand in hand. Yeah.
Now, by this law, does it mean that the question we've been asking ourselves as to the deficit we have in terms of the number of lawyers that we need, this law will be able to answer that question for us? Do you see that answer in this law?
Well, Johnny, I've been trying to find out if really there is any designated lawyer to client ratio, stated anywhere, even if internationally, or even if by the United Nations, in terms of access to justice and all that. What you come across is not about ratio. It's not about one lawyer to 20 clients. It's about efficient representation of clients. Basically, that's how the UN looks at it. And so you may have you may have a few lawyers, and you can have efficient representation. Although I agree that sometimes the pressure may be too much on the lawyers, but it's really not for me a big issue. I have not seen any data yet which is saying that there is really a serious deficit of lawyers. But anecdotally, when you work as a lawyer and you see the pressure on you and your law firm, then you know that you probably need more hands. And so for me, the decision to expand access is the right thing to do. What I want to say also is that the fact that various faculties will be accredited to train lawyers for a 1-year period before they take the bar. It's not automatic that a lot of people are going to make it through the bar exam. Trust me. What we are trying to do now is being done elsewhere. The US, people go to all kinds of universities, law schools, and then at the end of the day, they either going to take the New York bar or the state bar or some other bar. And trust me, a lot of the people keep trying and they never make it through the bar. I do not think that's going to be very different from what we have right now, because eventually, when you are taking the law practice training, you have to take the bar anyway.
That's right.
And it's not guaranteed. And I know the standards are going to be very high, and it's always been. You have been in this country, you have heard about some of the results that have come out. People write their call to the bar exams, and only few people pass. You see huge numbers, only few are called to the bar. I do not think that at that level, a lot is going to change. There are still going to be people who keep trying to be called to the bar. They will go through the LLB, go to the law practice training. They are probably like 80% lawyers, but 20% they still have to pass the bar. And they may never pass the bar. Some have been trying for a long time. So at that level, I do not think that we are going to let loose a lot of lawyers into the system. So basically, for me, that's what it is.
I see. Councillor Radio, let me come to you and let's look at the rollout. What do you want to see so that we don't have hiccups in trying to roll out this much-awaited legislation? It's been spoken about in many different forms. Now the law is here. Roll out. What's on your mind?
Well, my regards to Kwashiga. In fact, before I even go to the rollout, I think that it's worth mentioning that there's this positive aspect of this new law. That is the issuance of the practice law certificate. For instance, if you go through the degree and you go through the legal practice and training, you'll be issued a certificate. Unlike the times where if you have not passed the bar exams or you have not passed the Makola exams, as they call it, you don't have any certificate to show that you have any training in law apart from your law degree. At this one, once you go through the year law training practice, you are issued a law practice certificate. So I'm sure you could use that certificate to apply for paralegal work, legal secretariatship, and all that. So that's one positive aspect of it. Now, about the implementation, there are two critical bodies which I think that people like you should actually take interest and see how they work. The first one is the accreditation committee, and the second one is the bar exam committee. So the accreditation committee has been tasked with accrediting law schools to run the program, together with JTEC, per the law. So the functioning and the embodiment of this body is very critical. even though law has provided the people who should man it, but we should be interested in such members. Who are the committee members? What are their biases? That is where the issues of political influence and other biases could come in. So if, for instance, I mean, the board is so much politicized in its selection of its members, it becomes a problem.
Right.
Because they would have to go through the accreditation processes, giving accreditation to schools. Even though they may do it, they will do it together with GTEC. But the people who make these bodies are very important. The second body is the Bar Examination Committee. The setting of the exam, the issue of leaks. You remember, I mean, these days, there are lots of leaks when they are writing the last exam paper for the law school. All these things are integrity issues. So for me, in the course of the rollout, these two bodies are critical. And Ghanaians and people like you should take keen interest in their formation, in their activities, and their functioning as well.
Councillor Kwasigan, what do you say?
Well, I agree, my brother. I mean, everything he said, I associate with. I mean, right now, I think most people are very excited about the new law. What I would advise is that we are a bit cautious, because usually when laws are written on paper, they look very nice and all that. When it comes to the implementation, then you begin to have challenges.
Right.
We haven't foreseen all possible situations. And I can tell you that in the implementation of the law, issues are going to come up. But that's always been the case. And so when the issues come up, we rally together, understand that we are trying to bring about a change so we can resolve those problems. But I've read the law, I've read aspects of the law. I feel like there are a few issues which may come up, but we'll deal with them after when we.
What issues do you envisage, for example, Councillor Kwasigan?
Yeah, so for instance, you see that if you look at the law, I mean, as I say, now I was looking at the commencement period for the law. Right. When does the law take effect? Okay, I mean, usually there'll be an indication of when the law should take effect. But when that indication is not there, then the law takes effect immediately. What it means is that this law is it's coming to effect. I mean, since it's been passed. I mean, a while ago, my classmates informed me that the law had also been gazetted. That's Honorable Defiamat Paul, that the law has been gazetted. So it means that the law is in force. Now, there are a lot of things that we have to do under this law. If you look at the transitional provisions and provisions on some kinds of examinations and all that, are we going to marry this effectively? Because there are some students who are already in the law school. They are in the first year. Some are in the second year. Okay. Now this law has taken effect. The transitional provision seems to have made arrangements for these people and saying that those of you who are already in the system, you will continue and finish under the existing law. Is that not it? Now, there are other people who have been trying to enter the law school for a period of time, but they have LLB, and they are there. The law is saying that they have to apply to take the law practice course, in any of the at the Ghana School of Law or any of the universities that will be accredited. Now, these are all things that we have to look at. How do this work operationally? And that's what I'm saying, that there in terms of the law on paper, everything appears to be well and all that. But when it comes to operation, how do we do it? And that's where I agree with my brother when he says that when it comes to the implementation, there are some key bodies that would be leading the implementation process. And how they go about it will determine whether this reform would achieve the purpose for which it was made or, and all that.
Councillor Donko, let me ask you, do you also get the sense that this could be the magic, not the magic one. This could be the this could be the avenue.
Game changer?
The avenue. No, game changer. Well, some have said yes, no, but I'm looking at the commercialization of legal education. In the past, we're talking about it being restricted in many ways for many people, but now with this access, for example, UPSA. where Council Kwashiga teaches, and you also teach, I'm sure, at the UPS. Wisconsin, yes. So all of you will have the opportunity within your faculties now. Some say we should call all of you law schools, and we will be happy to do that for you. But then, will that signal a commercialization of legal education in Ghana?
Well, I mean, to some extent, because the law also makes provisions for infrastructure as well. I mean, in the accreditation processes, you will need to show that you have certain level of infrastructure in terms of classrooms, in terms of IT infrastructure and all that. So this is when probably if you are a university who is running a law program right now and you see the requirements in terms of physical infrastructure and IT infrastructure, and you don't meet it, this is where probably you approach business people. This is where you approach the people who are already into business, the commercial people that, you know what, these are the requirements. It is in the law. I don't have this IT infrastructure. I don't have this massive physical infrastructure that the law is calling for in terms of accreditation. Is it about time for me to bring in other people to help? So definitely, it will come with some commercialization because other people may have to come in to help certain universities. You know, not all universities are endowed and as established as the traditional universities. So yes, and when people come in to invest in the infrastructure, IT, to invest in the human resources of the school, definitely there will be interest commercially as well. And that is why some of us are also a bit skeptical, because if you don't take care, there will be more interest in the provision of infrastructure and all that than the students we bring out. Okay? Because if, for instance, I have spent so much in raising the required infrastructure, I'll need to get more students to make up the profit gap.
Correct.
Definitely. It becomes a business venture. So maybe people will bring in a lot of students, a lot of numbers, just to make sure that they can probably balance their books. And this is where some of us are a bit skeptical, because honestly speaking, there is this sort of fear among the smaller, in quotes, sorry if nobody know offend, the smaller universities or the smaller institutions,
right?
Because we don't even know the extent or the standard by which the committee for accreditation is going to measure the infrastructure development, the IT development, and human resource development. Okay, so what will be the standard? Are we up to it? So, I mean, the established universities, I'm not sure they're entertaining such fears, but the younger and the teething institutions have this fear. So these are some of the things all of us are watching. That let's see, what will be the standard when they say that you need to have a certain level of infrastructure? What will be the standard if they say you need to have a certain level of IT provisions in terms of your legal reports and other resources of study? So all these things will come up for discussion, and some of us are following it keenly.
Council Kwashiga, what are your thoughts on this particular commercialization bill?
Johnnie, yes. You know that there are the institutions across the country that are running the LLB program. You know, some of them are private and some are public.
That's right.
Right. So some are owned by individuals.
That's
right. So yes, for most of these individuals, I mean, although they are poised to give legal education, there's also a commercial consideration. All right. And so, yeah, if you have to invest all this by way of infrastructure and you have to recoup your investment, you are likely to take in a lot of students. And as always, when you have a lot of students and you don't have the commensurate facilities, there'll be pressure on the facilities, right? Now, the other side, I thought I understood you also to be saying that the commercialization will probably mean that those who can afford law school
exactly fee pay. So they are in two folds. Somebody makes a capital investment, like Councillor Redu says, he's looking at recouping his money. So he's looking at it from a business point of view. And then there's the other leg of fee-paying students who may not necessarily meet the threshold, but because they can afford, they have money and all of that, they are pushed in, they are pushed through. Is there? Do you see anything like that happening?
Well, that's where I was actually getting to. So when people can afford and they have the minimum requirements, they'll go through. But there's one thing I have come to see about law school. I mean, the content of what people learn in law school doesn't really change much. Actually, what happens is that there are new developments. So you build on the existing knowledge in the law schools. And so if you are not cut out for legal studies and you put yourself to it, you are going to struggle a lot. There are people who have gone to law school and have eventually decided not to continue.
Right.
All right.
Right.
So the fact that you pay fees does not mean that the law will become much easier for you. You go through the same rigor, and if you are able to go through, you get called to the bar, you become a lawyer. But there's definitely the commercial aspect. I mean, a lot of law faculties, especially the private ones, would want to take more. But it's not also as simple as that, because, I mean, when it comes to regulatory matters, the Ghana Tertiary Education, the new council, I think they are going to have standards in place, and they are going to probably determine the number of lecturers that you have to have, the number of students to lecturer ratio. These are things that are already, in the system. The GTEC does these things already. And if you look at the law talks about a lot of collaboration between GTEC and the new council and all that. So I'm sure these things are going to be dealt with. And I do not think that because of this, quality will be compromised in any way, unless, of course, we decide we want to compromise quality. But given the systems we have in place, if we decide to commit to the rules the way they should apply, trust me, there will be the commercial undertones and aspects to it, but those will not take away from the quality of people who come out from the law school eventually.
Great.
So that's how I look at it, yes.
I see. Councillor Reddy, let me give you a closing thought on this subject matter as we wrap up this conversation. What have you to say, or what do you leave us with?
Well, what I would say is that the discussion should be devoid of politics. We know it was a campaign promise by the NDC, but it is also a national issue. So I would advise that we depoliticize the discussion. And even though it is a campaign promise by the NDC, they should not make it look as if it is their agenda alone, but the agenda of the nation in terms of training of lawyers. And I would also say that, yes, Mr. Kwashiga mentions, several times that it won't compromise the quality and all that. But sometimes when the numbers are huge, regulation and control is a bit difficult. So we should also look at the expansion in terms of how we can control lawyers. Because even now, Mr. Kwashiga will tell you, there are a lot of issues with more practices and issues of ethical stuff with the lawyers we have. So if the numbers are being increased, it could affect quality, it could affect ethical circumstances and all that. So yes, so two things. Depoliticize it, and let's make sure that the expansion doesn't affect quality.
Thank you very much for your time. Councillor Kwashiga, you have the final word on this.
All right. I do. I really do. So, yes, Council, my brother on the other side has made a good point. I mean, it's an important caution that is given that there's no need to politicize this law and its implementation. And while the government in power is encouraged not to begin to make it look like it's a campaign promise that has been fulfilled, I think it's also incumbent on the at the other side, or the opposition, to not want to make it look like because it is this government campaign promise which has been implemented, it would make it difficult, or find ways of making it impracticable for the implementation of the law by raising issues, when in fact, raising issues which can be dealt with in a collaborative way, rather than making it difficult for the government to implement this policy. I think we should all come together. Right. At the end of the day, it's for the good of the practice. And trust me, people work for different kinds of people. You may belong to one political party, but you may be providing legal services for somebody in another political party. It happens every day. Right. And so let's rally together behind this law, and let's make sure that we implement it for the good of our country.
Gentlemen, I want to thank you very much indeed for your time. We're grateful that you joined us and spent your morning with us. That's Counsel Albert Kwashiga. He's a private legal practitioner and constitutional law lecturer at the University of Professional Studies here in Accra. Also, Counsel Bernard Oredu Donko, and member of the NPP's Legal Directorate. He's also a law lecturer at Wisconsin International University. If you check your time, it's 9 a.m. on the mark.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
It's something that's on the heart of Mr. Philip Katriku, one of our best cameramen you can find around Media General. Listen. There. Before him, you had heard the frustrations of the boss of the rent control. He's complaining to us, fixing the issues. Tenants are complaining. The regulator is also complaining. Nation of complainants. The whole country is a crime scene. I told you. 7 minutes after 9 here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. And now into the big conversation. The next conversation is whether or not we are paying more, or are we being fleeced, or the reality facing tenants. And those affordable housing units that we take the people's monies to build and neglect and abandon. We'll get to talk about that.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
Welcome back. We're getting to that conversation in a bit, but you know that the 24th African Athletics Championship is happening in Accra, Ghana, and we're asking you if you're ready. Yesterday was a very beautiful launch. Well, get set for Africa's greatest athletic spectacle, the 24th Senior African Athletics Championships, coming live to you right here in Accra, Ghana, from the 12th to the 17th of May 2026. That's from today all the way to the 17th at the University of Ghana Sports Complex, and it's free of charge. And Legon becomes the next battleground where all of Africa's finest champions go head-to-head in the thrilling track and field competition. Watch global stars like Beatrice Chebet, Faith Kipyegon, Toby Amusan, and many others as they come along head-to-head with our very own Benjamin Azamati and Abdul Rashid Saminu. This is speed, this is power, this is pride. This is Africa competing at its highest level. It's the 24th African Senior African Athletics Championship. Feel the heat, champions within Africa. This is powered by the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, Confederation of African Athletics, and Ghana Athletics. Be there, feel it live, and witness history. Feel the heat, and you should join them today. Lots and lots of activities happening. Yesterday was Stoneboy, Edem, and Afronita, and all the best that you can find in Ghana right there, demonstrating to the entire African continent that Yawazoe were noni. Well, Martin Ayita Ajiman is a facility and sustainability professional joining us in studio. Also in Nana AC Boswa Owusu Asamwa is a facility management professional, and Jan Ewuku Sao is also a facility management professional. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much indeed for your time. Good morning. I can't hear you. Good morning. You have to use the microphones for me. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to your listeners.
Now I can hear you. Yes. Now let's talk about rent first. What's your rent situation? Testify. What's the rent situation? Your landlord is not listening, that I can assure you.
Certainly. Just about this January, my landlord told me that in my next payment,
your renewal,
the renewal, he will add an extra 1,000 cedis to the rent. Yes.
What has changed in the house?
Nothing has changed, but he on his own decided that okay, I'm adding 1,000 cedis. So when it's due and you don't want it, you can leave. Yes.
The next person, somebody will come and take
somebody will come and pay, and will even pay much more. So,
wow.
It's a demand-driven industry.
That's right.
So you take it or leave it.
And the supply is less.
Yes.
So the price is gone up.
So you see, it's unfortunate that our leaders are speaking about enforcement. What is the law? How do you apply the law if the variables to control the market have not been instituted? We have to make sure that there are variables that control the demand and supply. If we are able to put that in place, then we apply the law to regulate it.
Right.
But if we don't control, we don't regulate the market, then we cannot apply the law. There will be distortion because there's demand. Somebody wants to take the higher money, and you say no. It will be a problem. We have the statistics. How do you call it? The Ghana Property Finder.
Right.
2025, their report. They said that infrastructure deficit, especially for living space residents. 2
Mm.
million. 2 million people want a place to stay.
That's right.
And you are saying that they should not increase the rent. Currently, year on year, our rent increment is about 8 to 14%. So it's unfortunate if we will not apply the necessary market indicators to regulate our market and apply the law. The law must be the last thing to be.
The law is the last resort.
The law is the last.
There have to be things to be put in place.
To regulate the market.
We'll come and talk about that, but let me come to Nanesi. Nanesi, tell me about rent situation.
It's the same everywhere. Everybody's having challenges with landlords who are charging exorbitant fees for next to no improvements in the living spaces. So everybody has that kind of challenge everywhere in our offices, in our residences. We are having that kind of challenge, and that needs to be checked. Just like Martin said, it needs to be checked. And there are so many people who need to be engaged so that we can have a successful implementation of a law or something that we have in place to check all of these things.
John, talk to me.
All right, so I'll look at it from a different angle. Do you realize these days there are a lot of scammers, a lot of agents who are scamming people left, right, center? They put a beautiful house on Facebook, then they say then
AI generated house,
and they put like an amount like 500 cedis, you know, and it sounds so good to be true. A lot of people will go to click on it, and he'll say, "Oh, viewing fee 200 cedis. Send me Momo." You send him Momo, his phone,
and
is
that's
up.
it.
Yes,
Taliman is desperate. Too.
I know it shows our desperation. We are really, especially in this Accra here, it's hot. People want places to stay. They are not getting. So the problem, I think, is far bigger than the rent issue on its own. I think it's about the housing deficit. We don't have enough, you know, low to medium decent accommodation.
Right.
I'll give you an example. Something like Snit flats, what we have Botem and Adenta. If we had similar kind of flats, high rise all over the capital, that would really have helped to solve the problem. But because we don't have it, anybody puts up some chamber and hall somewhere, and then he can charge you 2,000 or 3,000 cedis for it, because people are desperate.
Let's take a quick break. When we return, the professionals are here. We'll get to understand the situation as it is.
Alone, we can only go so far.
housing is a major problem. And for households, it is consuming the income of households. We need to have a national housing dialogue and decide how, between the private sector, government, and labor, we can come together and come out with a social housing policy to make sure that we provide affordable housing for workers to purchase on mortgage or to be able to rent at a favorable cost. The reason why private house owners are taking advantage is because of the deficit in housing. And so we have the rent courts. We say don't take more than 6 months of advance, rent advance. But the one who is renting and the house owner are both not prepared to go to the rent court because they are doing it quietly. It says pay 2 years rent advance. You can go and report him at the rent court and we'll hold that landlord accountable. But the one who is being asked 2 years rent advance doesn't want to go to the court. He will go and pay the landlord because he wants a place to lay his head. And so it is because we have a housing shortfall, and that is what is making them take advantage. Countries have instituted social housing policies that have been very successful. I've seen the Kenyan example, and Kenya has built hundreds of thousands of housing units, which they either rent or sell to government employees. In the past, employees have not been able to buy houses because we fix their mortgages in dollars. And because the dollar kept sliding and was not stable, then it means that if you take a mortgage, you find that eventually you're not able to pay, and then they take the unit from you. We just pray that we're able to keep the city stable. I've said that we don't want a strong city, we want a stable city. I want to know that every year the city will depreciate by 3% or 5%, 3% or 5%, so you can plan. And it will not add too much onto your mortgage bill.
That's the President of the Republic. We're back. He's diagnosed a portion of the problem. But, Jan, let me start with you. What would be your diagnosis of the problem before we get to solutions that we can find?
All right. So just as the President said, first and foremost, we have a deficit, a housing deficit. And because of the desperation, people are willing to put up with anything. I won't get a decent place to rent. If I got a nice place and the man says he takes 2 years, let me just give him the money. If not, someone else would give it to him, and I'll lose out. Right. So my point is, government should be able to collaborate with some of the private players to put up some of these affordable housing units, like properly, not the political one that never gets finished, but like proper apartments or flats. I think we really don't have a culture of flats in this country. Right. Everybody wants his own, self-compound house, but we should, as much as possible, move towards living in flats, so that way there are more rooms to rent, more people get access to, accommodation, and this problem of 2 to 3 years rent will actually decrease as we're able to do this.
But let me stay on that flat conversation. Sure. We used to have that culture in this country. The Nkrumah regime, the Champon regime. We've seen that before. Yeah. Did it really solve the problem in terms of scratching the people where they itch?
So, in a way, yes. In a way, it was able to accommodate families. People, families, but there were not enough of those apartments available. And this was 30 years ago. Yeah. Now our population has boomed. There's so many of us. And I think revisiting this option is actually a very good idea, because it will be able to soak up the masses who come to Accra to look for jobs and all that. So I believe going high-rise and flats is the way.
Now, Nancy, everybody wants to live in Accra. Yes. Why?
Accra is close to all the amenities that we need. The roads are good here. You have access to so many other things that you may not get in other regions. So, everybody wants to live in Accra.
But if the rent is killing you, why do you want to live in Accra? You work in a company, you have branches across the country where you could... A colleague of mine says, look, his brother rents a 2-3 bedroom apartment in the Ashanti region somewhere in a decent place, pays about half what he pays here. and the brother is so comfortable. He even has an extra room for guests when they visit. And he's here. He doesn't pay. He doesn't get that kind of space. But then he pays more than his brother pays. But he prefers to work here. Yeah. Why?
It happens a lot because people are not sticking to what constitutes or what a rent charge constitutes. People are just increasing charges. Just like he said, it's from 8 to 14%.
Right.
Who regulates that? Who says it should be 14? Who says it should be 8? And which region is charging what amount?
Yeah.
What amenities call for 14 and which one calls for 8? So those are the discussions that we are supposed to have, or you are supposed to have with yourself and your company. Okay, maybe if I go to Eastern region, I would get it cheaper there.
Right.
Or if I go somewhere else, I'll have it cheaper there. But everybody wants to live in Accra. I mean, Accra is...
Are the buildings or the facilities or the rooms in Accra fit for purpose? Martin?
Yeah, Johnny, this is a very great question. I'm saying authoritatively that most buildings are not fit for purpose.
The ones that they rent to people?
The ones that they rent, especially with the health and safety of the users. You see glass house, a lot of buildings with facade, glass and all that. They don't even have proper ventilation. ACs everywhere. People are going into this building, working, and they go back home sick because proper air quality, they don't have that. So you work in such buildings, after a year or two, you get migraine, you start getting funny sicknesses, and you end up in the hospital, spend all your money in the hospital. And even when you get to the hospital, you also carry out infectious diseases and all that. Currently, data suggests that because we are not keeping up with FM practices, proper workplace and built environment keep up, we are spending billions of USD to infectious diseases in our hospitals because the cleaning, the skill that has to go into the cleaning is not being monitored. Who does that? So what I'm saying is that our places in Africa, the sub-Saharan Africa of this continent, we are not keeping them well, and it's costing us so much.
So John speaks about us going back to the era of flats. Let's say I have, and you see a lot of these buildings coming up, these studio apartments, people buy, an acre, 2 acres, the apartment, they put a name on it, and they give it out to people. Do they really take care of the facility? Or is it just about, okay, I finished building it. Jan, Nanesi, Martin, come and rent. You rent, you stay in 2 years, you finish. If you want to renew, fine. If you don't want to renew, get out. Another person comes. While they are there, what should have been done? The ideal situation. Let's talk about it.
Ideally, in real estate development, before any developer starts to build, they have a strategy. They have some real estate companies have an FM team that manages.
That's a facility
portfolio.
management.
Yes, that manages their portfolio. These are these developers that know FM, the value of FM, but most of the developers also do not have this FM team. I'll give you a classical example. You see, the president made mention of developments in Kenya where they are springing up residential spaces.
That's
for
right.
people.
Even in South Africa, they have
a strategy
some in Johannesburg.
There's an infrastructure management strategy in place so that from design to finish, it is being managed. But we are in a country that we have an AI strategy. We don't have an infrastructure management strategy. The AI will produce unhygienic data, and it will, get our places not in good condition. Because if you have AI and you're getting data, you're getting information, and that information is not hygienic. Imagine what it can do to your system. Everything you do will be wrong, and it will be chaos.
Now, Nancy, let's look at, so the rainy season is about to. Yeah. People will be crying. Yeah, when I came to rent this place, it was dry, it was not now look at this small rain, look, everything is gone. Landlord said he won't refund, What do people need to look out for before they make payment for facilities that they want to keep themselves or their families or relatives in?
I think an engagement of a professional is also key in this scenario that you've given me. Most of the time, we don't even ask questions because we want to pay.
You're desperate.
We just want to get in there.
So,
we don't want to ask anybody any question. I think we are gone. So they don't ask anybody. You can ask neighbors. These are all stakeholders in the rent space that we are talking about. Neighbors, you can ask people who have lived there before or you can ask a professional in the built environment, architects, quantity surveyor, contractor, anybody can tell you once you see mold on the walls, once you see a line on the wall, you can actually tell that something has occurred here before. And these are things that are indicators of
but do people pay attention to them?
No, people don't. People don't, because just like we are all saying, there is this rush for the properties, and the deficit is just killing us.
I see.
The high rise might just solve the problem on one side. We should also look at legislation and framework that will also, support it. Because we now have management engaging, government engaging. We have the president also talking about it.
Right.
Facilities like institutions like IFMA is also engaging with government on these issues, because it's just getting out of hand. Our infrastructure will get out of hand if we don't manage it well.
Interesting. Yeah. Now, what does it mean? So, Jan, I see, I go into this house. I want to rent a place there because I need it closer to where I work. And usually, in fact, even before I put that question, so somebody needs a room, puts it on social media. 2-bedroom apartment urgently needed. Preferable areas, Sakumono, Klagon, finish. No other specifications. Is that the way to go?
For the seeker?
Yes.
If you want to find a place to live, you need to take time. You really need to take some time off and go on the ground to look for it. So ideally, in Accra, we have flood-prone areas, which we all know where they are. But whenever you go to look at a property, you just have to look, even if you're not a professional, okay, look on the ground, okay? Look for the drain. Look for where the water from the house, ask the landlord questions. Where does the water from the bathroom go to? Look for the drain or the gutter. Find out where it goes to.
The exit.
See if there's a waterway around your house. Try to find out if, how far are you from the main road? Try to see if where you stay is where all the water washes down. These are things you can see with your eye if you look around.
That's right.
You can tell if you are up or you are down. Just look at your bearings in comparison to the main road, and you can figure out where the water flows. And usually, if you see a lot of sand deposit at one place, it means the water ends up there.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So if you're in your house, like you go to a potential house and you see there's sand, just sand
at one corner of the house,
then you know that yes, that's where all the water is going. Or if you see some marks on the building, some water marks on the building, then run away. Run very fast, because then you know the building will be submerged.
But sometimes, the agents and the landlords, they're so convincing. You're desperate, and they're so convincing. How do you manage the two or balance the two such that you don't end up losing what could have been your potential home, temporarily, to now becoming if you like, desperate and roaming around? How do you balance the two?
It's a difficult one, but I think we should focus more on our our safety. A lot of us will look at cost. How much? This one is 600. This one is 500. I'll take the 500. But we should expand our scope to look more about our safety. Safety first. Where you stay, make sure it's in a safe environment. As for the roads, I don't talk about the roads because it's a different conversation altogether. But at least think more about safety than the cost itself. The agents, they have sweet mouths because they don't want their commission. So they tell you, boss, sell this one there, good, it will be a nice one. And the agent will even tell you there are 5 people who want to get the place. But because I like you,
it's hot cake.
I want to reserve it for you because, you'll be a nice girl. So I want to keep it. There are tricks they have. But just make sure you do a good check. If you are not sure, you can find a colleague or a friend who's a professional to come and assist you.
Martin, let's look at the pricing. 1 bedroom self-contained, for example, how much should it cost? You find some of the price and it hits you. Say, are they serious?
Yeah, Johnny. With the pricing, I'm saying that there are market variables that we are dealing with. So, whatever the pricing is, it's subject to the demand of the area. That is what is driving it.
Okay.
So, for us as professionals, we are looking at the intervention of the government, a framework that clearly stipulates how housing will be developed. That will help to reduce these demands across all areas. When the demand drop, the prices will drop. so that the law can be enforced. So when we talk about prices, because the landlord will also suppose that, okay, I also used A, B, C, D to build my house, and you want to come and take it for a cheaper price. You get it? And there are a lot of factors that get into it. So when there are legislations that help us to build well and manage what we have, then we can control the price in the long term. So it's a decision that we have to take, a long-term strategy that we have to take to develop housing at various locations that will benefit the populace. And that, in the medium to long term, it will help us. Without that, we'll have a problem every time we talk about housing.
Do you think that we should have a price control system, for example, so that I know that a one-bedroom apartment should cost X amount in this area, and so if I am not able to afford X amount, I don't venture? Should we have that kind of,
yes,
from the facility management point of view?
We believe we should have a price control, but Johnny, you see, we benchmark it with international standards. We have been in other regions, other places that there's price control,
right?
And there are regulations. There are systems that have been put in place to ensure that there's supply everywhere, and there's the price control. So if you don't want to, comply with the control of the price, there's supply elsewhere. So in as much as we want to control the price, we will have to put factors in the market that will also help the markets to really develop. Because if you want to everyday control the price, will bring attrition in the system, and it will be, some landlords will even lock up their rooms. Okay, I will not give it out, and people will be sleeping on the street. Let us not be.
I know one who has a whole house, about eight different apartments on one compound. Is locked. It says,
because see, one thing,
giving it out to anybody.
One thing that
is the heart of Accra.
Look out for is the quality of materials that will bring into the building.
But how do you know? There are buildings that have collapsed on people. How do you know? By looking at it.
They are professionals. We are professionals that we do. This is our job. So if you don't engage the professionals, 2023, 2024, more than 20 people have died because of building collapse on people. A lot of people have got injured because of building collapse. Who is checking? Nobody's checking. But facilities management professionals, from the structure to the crust of the building to the foundation, we check and we know. When you see a crack in a structure, you know that it's a structure crack. You bring a structural engineer. So when the building collapses on somebody, that means clearly somebody's not doing their job. There's nobody to do that job. And that's a problem. It's a national problem that we have to critically look at it and resolve it immediately. Johnny, I will say that the cost of maintenance in the long term is crazy amount. It's times 5 of doing the predictive and periodic preventive maintenance.
Let me ask Nancy, how often should a tenant paint his house?
Usually, by the second year, you should be looking at repainting.
Second year,
yeah.
So at least every 2 years.
Every 2 years you should be
so those who have lived in one place for 8 years haven't painted, they don't care.
Not that they don't care. You know it comes with cost as well, so then I'm sure that's also another consideration they look at.
I see. Yeah. Interesting. Stay by plan.
Stay by plan.
Now, which is better, living in an apartment with shared facilities, or living in an apartment where you have everything to yourself?
That is definitely subjective to the person. It's the person's decision. But my problem would be what amenities we are sharing. The quality of what we are sharing. If we are sharing, we should have something of good quality that we are sharing. If it's for me alone, I must also have good quality that I have for myself. So the quality is very important. Quality materials. Thinking of sustainability, the environment as well. Just like you said, safety. All these things come into place. So if we have a framework, like Martin said, and what we are also advocating for, if we have a framework like that, it also helps everybody. It defines the price control we spoke about, the materials that go into every building that should be put out there for rent and all of that.
Is it fair for a landlord to just wake up, like Martin began the conversation, say, look,
I spent so much.
I'm going to charge you extra.
Because I spent so much, my heart is in the building.
Yes, just like that. Does it make sense?
No, it doesn't. Well, you see, it's a value and a price issue. Value is different from price.
Right.
So there definitely he is more attached to it, so then definitely he puts more value on it and thinks it should translate into price. But that does not work in business. I mean, what you value, yes, in some how will I say, items, it does. Jewelry, those things have value and price linked together. But rent is not something that should have value and rent and price linked together. Value is different. So if you put your heart into it, your children came to carry cement and sand and everything, that does not mean you should translate that into the cost of the rent. I mean, it should be regulated. It should be regulated. We are really killing ourselves here. We are really killing ourselves.
John, a house that has illegal connections, should I, and that's the only option I have, should I take it? Why is Bo laughing at me?
Wait, that you know about or you don't know about?
Oh, I got to know about it when I packed my things into the house, but that's the only option I have now. What do I do?
Well, speaking as a professional, you need to impress on the landlord to go the legal route. You need to talk to your landlord to get it connected the right way. You know, I know this is tough because he'll probably insult you. He'll probably insult you, but you need to impress on your landlord to do the right thing.
And what if your landlord decides to eject you? You know, the president said that, look, people know landlords who are charging more, they know they are paying more, but they still insist that, well, I won't go to the accommodation court or housing court or rent court. I will be there. They know that they are supposed to, beyond a certain threshold, tell GRA that my landlord is taking so much, come and take your portion of the tax. But they won't go because, Charlie, you can be ejected.
So the right thing to do is to report to the landlord. That's the right thing to do. But circumstances are such that you also don't have a place to stay. You don't know where you are going next. If you report to your landlord, obviously he might eject you. You're afraid. You're not sure if the system will work. A lot of people don't actually trust the system. They're not sure that if I go to rent court, I'll actually win. We typically in Ghana, we don't trust our systems. We feel like, people really don't trust the systems.
Right.
But like I'm saying, the right thing to do is actually to report the landlord.
Let's talk about hostels, Martin. And you found the rent control boss very, very livid about the hostel situation in terms of the charges and all of that. Are our hostels, student hostels, being properly managed?
Yeah. So I've come into contact with a few of hostels. I think that they have a department that manages these hostels. But on a casual look at it, you see that there are challenges. These people that manage the hostel must be professionals so that they will have the requisite skill to really manage the building. So I see some hostels being managed, but as to if they are professionals, that is the question. Because, I mean, we need professionals to manage these hostels. There have been developments that we have come into contact with hostels that are infested with pests and a whole lot of things. And the children getting sick, they have to come back, go home and all that. And Johnny, let me say this. You know this story developing about the Hunter virus?
Right.
I think we have to be very serious in this country. We have to look at it and see what can we do. We have to start, having a clear cut on what we'll be using to clean our spaces. And all of these fall under facilities management.
You say our Dettol and our Izal and things is not enough.
It's not enough.
Martin Pa.
You know, see, when COVID came in, look at what was happening in our hospitals. It's sad. The people doing the cleaning do not understand the essence of the cleaning. When you're applying a chemical, you should be able to understand what the chemical does, the potency of the chemical. And all these things are skills that professionals used to work with. So if you're not a professional and you want to clean up a place and manage up a place, it becomes a big problem. You escalate the problem and becomes unmanageable. That's why I made the earlier comment that we can't have an AI strategy without having an infrastructure strategy, because AI runs on infrastructure.
Right.
So when the infrastructure is wrong, every information that the AI will bring out is wrong. We can't work with it. It's a waste of everybody's money and time.
I see. Now, in terms of, let's look at, I am a student. I've just gotten admission into a university. I'm looking at a hostel facility because my home and the university are very, very, very far apart. What should I be looking at, Nanesi?
Usually, as children, we don't have any considerations. We are looking at the best place to be and where it's more fun and all of that. But from my experience in school, that's like 20 years ago, we would always choose the best places to be. There were other places that were deplorable, but the charges were equally like the good places. So it's a matter of choice, and it's also a matter of enforcing. You, the person that is going in there, if you are going with your parents or guardian, you must enforce that, oh, this and this must be in place, and we'll take it this way or that way, and we'll pay this much for that.
So what should they be looking out for in terms of, if you could give parents who are listening a certain itemization, because WASI is ending very soon. It's beginning actually tomorrow with orals. It will end very soon, and then they'll start looking at hostel situation in the universities. What should they be looking at?
I think ventilation is one of them. It's very key. You should also look at safety, the safety of the environment. You should look at amenities that is being provided to you, how close it is to the school, and how learning will be easy in the hostel that you are looking at.
Right.
And then also you should also look at its proximity to certain areas that you may not really be looking, that may not augur well for your learning, which is why you are in school. For the hostels, that's how you look at it. But I think for our residences, we look at
different variables and different other things. So for example, I'm looking also at the quality of paint, for example, that is used. If you're going to rent an apartment, you get there, it's already been painted, but you can actually smell the paint. You feel is hitting your soul, and your soul has left you and is standing behind you. Should you be able to man up and tell the landlord, I don't like this, I think you should change the paint for me because it's too strong? Jan?
For a hostel?
No, for hostel, for residential, should you be able to do that?
It's a tough one. You should be able to tell him, but there's two things. Because there's so much demand and there's little supply, it's very likely he'll tell you to get out and he'll bring in someone else. So you just have to balance it. You ask yourself, do I really need a room? If you really need it, you can tell the landlord, you know what, I want to paint my own paint. Okay, so he'll let you go in and then you get your own paint and then paint. You really need to look at the options, because if you always want to go and do I know my rights too. You'll be on the streets.
You'll be on the left.
You'll be on the street. So you may just ask, okay, landlord, can I repaint with my own color? When I'm leaving, I'll paint it back for you as it was. I think that will bring peace, and you also get your place of accommodation.
And I also think that like Martin said, there's a department that manages. For some universities,
they have a department that manages stuff.
Some of the hostels, not all.
Right.
Some of them are springing up in areas that are out.
And you are on your own.
Exactly.
The guy comes to collect the money and goes away. How you manage your life is your problem.
So the ones that are managed by the schools, I think you can contact the school management and then let them know that this and this is what's going on. This and these things are the preferences that we are all looking at. Parents have some form of, how will I say it, collaborations that they can collaborate and speak to the management of the school that this hostel is doing this and we don't like it, so we want you to come in and speak to the school about it.
How often should the hostels be fumigated?
Fumigation is 3 months, especially for the pests and so if every 3 months you fumigate, I think that should be good, because it's in use frequently. You are there for 3 months, 4 months before you come back home, so it should be something that is done.
But do they do it? Martin wants to say something.
It's cost, and it all boils down to what are we trying to prevent? What are we trying to get out of what we are doing?
Right.
If we see the strategy first before we see the cost, it becomes beneficial to us. But if we are always looking at cost, it's not going to be beneficial. We are always going to cut down on certain things, and yet we'll come back to it, doing it in a bigger way, and it's going to cost much.
Cost versus what is supposed to be. Now, Martin, let me put this straight to you. In terms of engagement of professionals to manage facilities, and here I'm talking about offices, I'm talking about private residences, I'm talking about public residences, I'm talking about hostels. do you get a sense that we have gotten the understanding as a country to do that kind of engagement?
It's a good question. So, historically, I would say no, we have not gotten the understanding. I think that we are also trying to let the powers that be and the whole country to feel our presence and also understand. That's why we are here, trying to communicate and emphasize the fact that we need to manage well. One thing that I always say when I speak to people is that in Africa or in Ghana, I would say that in the sub-Saharan section in Africa, we use infrastructure, we don't manage it. We use the infrastructure and it gets spent and we leave it and we are looking for another thing. We don't manage it. Because if you really manage, when you go to Europe, there are buildings that have been there for centuries. What's happening? Somebody's managing it.
Right.
There's a whole department, a whole state department that checks the kind of material that you are using in your building. If you want to do even renovation, they have details of what you have used in your building, so that when there is even fire, they know the fire rating of your building. So they know that they can, on a casual look at their data, they can tell you that so and so building will take about 10 hours before it is consumed by fire.
Right.
Can we say that in this country?
No,
That
I'm
is
not
the
sure
kind
we can say
that. That is the targets and how serious that we have to get. What fire rating can we give to our Jubilee House? That when there is fire, and God forbid, when there is fire, in an unfortunate event, when there is fire, and our fire service is not able to get in there.
There's a fire station there, by the way.
Yes.
But the fire rating, we have to ask the
We have to know
Indians
the fire rating.
who built it.
And
there.
we have to, when we build, we have to test the material. We have to ensure that the material that we are using to build are not substandard materials. There are a lot of developments, a lot of estates that are being developed, springing up, substandard materials with the electrical cables, with the plumbing, and a whole lot of things. So it's time that we have a broader national conversation of the national infrastructure framework that we are pushing. We have to have it, because with that, then all these infrastructure deficits will fall in place, because with that, we'll properly manage the buildings that we have. That will at least absorb some of the supply.
National
the
infrastructure
policy.
Okay.
And national infrastructure management.
Where are we with that?
We are at the talking stage. The Ministry of the Ministry of Housing, they have shown interest, and we are hoping that they assist us have this implemented, have this to the powers that be, because we need it. Johnny, there's this report from Imani Africa, October 2025. Their report, it suggests that Ghana alone loses 1.1 billion Ghana cedis to infrastructure inefficiencies from design to finish. Why? And we are in a country that the African Infrastructure Index so supposes that Ghana, our infrastructure score is about 6.4%, and we are losing 1.1 billion to infrastructure inefficiencies. Why? These funds could have gone into other things, healthcare, schools. We have our children reading under trees. Why? And we are still building, constructing, build, spent, we rebuild, it gets spent, we rebuild. Why? So we have to, it's about time we strategize as a country. The little that we have, let us channel it into things that will help us really develop. Every day we are developing, we have to stop.
Missy, we're wrapping up this conversation this morning. Again, the question on my mind is whether or not as a people we are willing and ready to embrace facility management professionals. Are we ready?
Well, yes, I think we it's something that
churches, mosques, schools, hospitals,
everyone should be on board.
I'm saying that, are we ready?
This is a problem that we all know we've had for a very long time. So I'm thinking everybody should be looking.
But if I have my building and I think my uncle can take care of it, what's your problem?
No, your uncle can take care of it. But like I said, the value of your uncle doing it and the value of a professional doing it, they are very different. And you will see the difference. So having a professional, it may not be a professional on board every day, but a professional to have a look at it periodically for you will also benefit your organization or your property or your asset. It's very, very important because all of these things we are talking about, janitorial, fumigation, even rent composition, rent charges, all of these things come under facilities management. And somebody can sit down and do all of these things for you, and you will see the benefit of the assets that you have. That is very important.
That's very important. Jan, you have the closing thought on this one?
Yes, definitely. The thing is, Ghana is slowly catching up. So if I look back, say 10 years ago, 2015, facility management was a thing, but most people had never heard about it. You say facility, they're like, what's that? People didn't know about it. But gradually, because of these luxury apartments that are coming up, what they do is when they put up their flats or their apartments, they also set up a facility management company to manage the apartments, and then they collect service charge from the renters.
Right.
So that way, constantly, the apartment is being managed every day. They are servicing ACs, they are cutting the grass, they are making sure everything is running. So at that level, FM is solid, it's secure.
Right.
But as we are moving towards the lower levels, where maybe a one man with his 4-bedroom, 5-bedroom houses, it will get there. We'll get there eventually. I believe IFMA is also doing a lot of advocacy, and I believe with time we'll get there, and the awareness will be there, and then FM will be more solid in Ghana.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for spending your morning with us. Martin Ayita Ajiman is a facility and sustainability professional. Nanaisi Boswa Owusu Asamoah is a facility management professional. And Jan Ewuku Sound is also a facility management professional. We're grateful that you could join us this morning. And if you are owing your landlord, this is for you.
Gotta have got sweet poison. Sir?
Celebrations. If it's yours today, happy birthday to you. I wish you long life and prosperity. Peace and joy aplenty.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
And we begin with a special happy birthday message to a very, very own Johnnie Heyman Abba Jenny Heyman Abba, it's your birthday today. We love you so much. Have a great year ahead from your family and your friends. They wish you a happy birthday. Also, a happy birthday to you, Jila Agbobli, with Nadmo. It's your day today. Your friends wish you a happy birthday. Happy birthday to you, Jila Agbobli of Nadmo. And we wish you a happy birthday. Also, if it's your birthday, don't forget that we're celebrating you. Mr. Danso is sending happy birthday to Juju. Juju, it is your birthday today. Happy birthday to you. Juju, you are of the Bishop Bauer School, Primary 2. This is from Jaden and Lisa. They wish you a happy birthday, Juju. Also, a happy birthday to Eugene Apia Dankwa. Eugene Apia Dankwa. It's your birthday today. This is from your family and your friends. Eugene Apia Dankwa. Happy birthday to you. That's all of our show this morning. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. And we'll see you tomorrow, Wednesday, the 13th of May. Inyonam Haliga is ready with all the news updates that you can find anywhere in the world. And my name is Johnnie Hughes on behalf of the team. Rick Mawuena, Egbeta, Sixtus, Don Ullo, Philip Beidu, One Delawan, Bob Franklin, Seth Agbaiza, Stephen Baku, Richard Jayanan, Jerome, Isinam, and all the fine people in between, Frederick Kunzutiani. We wish you well. We'll see you tomorrow. Know that if you can think it and your heart can believe it, you can achieve it. Good morning.